Hello and welcome back to my garden. Today, I'm doing something different, something I've never done before. Tuesday this past week, I finished my 30 days Fall Blitz challenge where I produce a video every single day. And it was a lot of fun, and I got quite a bit done. There's still a ton to do around the garden in the upcoming weeks, which I'll bring you guys along for. But I thought, why not take all those videos that I made, many of them were quite short, less than 10 minutes, and smush them into one big video, which is what I did. Turns out to be about 5 hours. I don't really expect you to watch all of it. Many of you have watched all the videos already. Maybe if you're new to the channel, you might want to flip it on, see what's going on. Or if you're just looking for some background noise while you're cooking or cleaning the house, go ahead, flip it on, let all 5 hours play. And I did put all the videos in a playlist, but I just thought that this would be something different and maybe something fun. So with all that being said, on with the video. Today is going to be the first day of what I'm calling Fall Blitz, because I'm going to do something I've never done before in my YouTube career here. I'm going to produce a video every single day for the next 30 days, or at least attempt to. Who knows if I'll be successful? Who knows if life will get in the way? Who knows what'll happen? But today's day one of the Fall Blitz. And one of the reasons I'm doing this is not just for the YouTube clicks and whatnot, but I have a lot of little projects to do around the garden. I mean, a lot. Let's just give you an example here. Of course, there's fall bulb planting, there's tidying up the orchard, there's moving shrubs around, there's digging up and moving peonies, there's how to make a cement mold, digging up cannas and gladiolas and dividing up agapanthus, weeding, of course, trimming up the crepe myrtles, digging up and storing dahlias, cleaning the greenhouse, which is an utter disaster, and the list goes on and on and on and on and on. So I thought, why not try to kill two birds with one stone and make a YouTube video every single day showing me doing at least one project every single day. A lot of these videos may be very short because some of these projects aren't very extensive, and I'm not going to show you me cutting every single thing or me digging up every single peony, but I will probably show you where I plant all those peonies. So that maybe only be a 10-minute video. Some videos may only be 20 minutes. Some videos may only be 3 minutes. Who knows? Again, never done this before. I'm going to try to keep things moving along. So speaking of moving along, yesterday, which would be Saturday for me, you guys are probably watching this on Monday, hopefully, I went to a local plant show. It was actually wonderful. They had a ton of plants, and I wish I could have bought a whole lot more, but for various reasons, I did not. What I did get, though, were 3 plants I've never grown before, and I'm pretty excited to be planting them out today. I had very little knowledge of 2 of these plants, but I wanted getting them anyways, and I think many of us probably often do. Many of us gardeners, when you go out someplace, you buy. Let me know in the comments below, do you often go and buy something that you've never seen before, have never grown before, even if with all your years of experience, and then later on come to find it needs certain conditions or that kind of thing? Either way, I'm going to stop prattling and tell you what I got. First up, this is a Mexican cigar plant. It doesn't look like much, but it's supposed to have these lovely flowers which the hummingbirds love. Unfortunately, it's a tropical plant. I didn't know this, and it won't survive here in my climate. So I'm going to show you what I'm going to do with this and how I'm going to treat this for the upcoming year. Next up, not too dramatic from what I already grow, but it is pineapple sage. Has these lovely red flowers on it, and I think this plant is large enough that I can take at least a couple of cuttings. So that'll be one of the things I do today. I'll take a couple of cuttings, and then I'll plant this out somewhere in the garden, and I'll show you where later. And then last but not least, I got this beautiful elephant ear. It is called a Royal Hawaiian Blue Hawaii. It has these lovely flowers, these leaves here, and you can see the dark veining in them, and then the dark stems here. I have a plan for this one, and I'll show you that in a couple of minutes. And there'll be one more surprise, which you'll have to wait until the end of the video to watch. So let's get to planting, and first up, the Mexican cigar plant. First up is the Mexican cigar plant. Now, according to the tag here, it says it grows in 7B to 10. But I did a little homework last night, and it turns out to be a bit more tropical than that. I think it's supposed to be like 8 to 10 or something. If I'm wrong about any of this, I'll post it on the screen. You can also treat this plant, I guess, as an annual in more northern climates. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it up in this pot, and then I'm going to put it on the back deck. And then what I can do is when we start getting those freezes, because again, we do get frosts and freezes, and it'll probably happen sometime in the next month or so, I can bring this pot with the plant, even if it dies back, I can bring it into the greenhouse and then it'll be warm enough in the greenhouse that this pot should be fine, and then take it out next year, continue to keep it in a pot, and put it out on the back deck again. So if you guys grow any tropicals, let me know below in the comments. This is not really pot bound, which is nice. I'm gonna squish that in there. I'm using a high quality potting soil, Daddy Pete's CN Farm. I'm just gonna tuck that in there really good. There we go. And of course, as always, don't forget the tag. And now we're gonna put this up on the deck. Well, I'm gonna put it right here, but there's this plant here. And if you wanna know what this plant is, you gotta watch to the end of the video. So there we go. The Mexican cigar plant. Never grown this before. I do like the red stem and the leaves, and apparently the hummingbirds love the flowers. And I think this time of year, a lot of the hummingbirds are heading further south right now, but we'll see what happens. And my main goal right now is just to keep this alive till next year. And this plant needs a home, but before I give it a home, there's two other plants I want to take care of first. The next plant we're going to plant out is the pineapple sage. Now this is going to go out into the flower garden. But before we do that, I want to take a couple of cuttings, and this way, in case for whatever reason the mother plant doesn't survive, I can't remember the growing zone, but it's supposed to be tolerable to this area. So in case it doesn't survive, I would at least have a couple of cuttings which hopefully they survive. I already made a couple of labels. So we're going to grab this cutting right here. So you guys have probably all taken cuttings a billion times before. Cutting right below a leaf node, stripping off bottom leaves. I'm going to take off a couple of these bigger leaves up top. And then I'm going to cut. This way there's not a lot of leaf growth, so there's theoretically not a lot of stress, and hopefully it puts out a lot of roots. That's the plan. If you think I'm taking cuttings wrong or have a different approach taking cuttings, please leave that information, but please leave your comments below. We got the first one potted up. I could put two in one pot, but I don't think so. I'm going to put one in each pot because I'm going to overwinter them in the greenhouse. So hopefully by the springtime, they've started putting on quite a bit more growth and they get bigger. And I don't think they'll be this big by the springtime. They'll probably be much smaller. But if they're in each individual pot, they don't have to worry about competing for resources or nutrients, that kind of thing. This is my logic. If you think I'm wrong, please leave those comments below. Outside. Okay, so just put those two on the bench with all the other cuttings and stuff. And now let's go plant this guy out in the flower garden. The pineapple sage we're going to put right here. This is towards the street side of the flower garden. And right next to it here, I have Crocrosmia, and it has some lovely red flowers. This is the first year that I've had it in the garden, and it's done okay. It's survived. A lot of the bulbs survive. If you've grown Crocrosmia before and you have your opinions, please leave them below. In the meantime, I'm going to put this pineapple sage right over here, sort of behind them towards the back, because it can get up to 5 feet tall, and it too has lovely red flowers. The soil here is fairly free draining, which is good. We are going to add a little bit more compost. There we go. The roots aren't too bad. Get you there. Just going to compost around you. There we go. And then mulch back up around it. And of course, don't forget the tag. I'll put a prettier tag in there if it survives till next spring. That's the trick now, because I'm planting so late in the year. And for new viewers who aren't familiar with the channel or just stumbling across this, I'm in zone 8B. The ground here never freezes. So hopefully within the next month before the first freezes or frosts arrive, this can root in. And yes, it may die back, but then hopefully next spring it'll pop back to life. If not, I have those two other cuttings, and if they survive, all is well. Let's go plant up the elephant ear. I have other elephant ears, and they're in the driveway bed, which gets a lot of shade throughout the day. And they seem to prefer it and actually enjoy it there. They grow very well. If you haven't seen them, you can go back and watch some of my other videos. They're very lovely. Either way, this elephant ear, the Royal Hawaiian Blue Hawaii here, this gets 4 to 5 feet tall. And apparently it can grow in full sun, allegedly. It also likes quite wet feet, which is one of the reasons I'm going to plant it in this bed, because this bed tends to get pretty sodden when we get heavy, heavy rains. It also enjoys rich, fertile soil, which this bed does, because I've been amending this bed for, a year or two now. So the soil here is pretty good, but I am going to plant it with some fresh compost as well. Now, one of the things I was wondering, oh yeah, a little pot bound here. I'm gonna tease some of these roots out. There we go. Get rid of that. Let it grow on. It's quite small now. It seems dwarfed back here, but you have to remember it'll get 4 to 5 feet tall. So theoretically, next year, at the height of the summer, will be at least this tall, if not taller. I'm gonna pull the mulch back. And the other reason for planting it here in this spot is you may notice I have this weird little dark gap between these holly bushes here. I kind of want to hide that, cover it up. I don't think the bushes are going to put a lot of bottom growth on just because of the way they've grown and the way they've been trained. I will be pruning these. It might be part of the 30-day blitz. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, this elephant ear is planted. But there's one more surprise. For my last plant to plant, and this one I already had. Now I grew this from seed, and as many of you already guessed, it's a lily. And that's guessed by that by the leaves. But what you didn't guess is it's a blackberry lily. Now this was sitting up on the deck all summer long so I could watch it and I could baby it. I've tried growing blackberry lily, say that 3 times fast, from seed before and had no luck. This year I got lucky and I got 2 viable plants. But now the Mexican cigar plant went where it was, and I think now is a good time to be planting this guy out. But first, I have to clean this spot up here. Now, here I had several salvias growing, and now I have a lot of weeds, thorny, horrible, viney weeds. And the salvias, which here's one underneath all this, when we had one or more of the tropical storms, they just got over soaked and now they're dead. It's the root balls all rotted out. And this was Rose Marvel Salvia, and I think I had 2 of them here. Now May Night, which I have down at the end here, that one survived. But unfortunately the other 2 salvias that were here did not make it. What did make it was a lot of this weed. This is horrible. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's one plant. Now right here in front of me, I have a red hot poker, and this guy I'm gonna leave here till next year probably, and then maybe next year I'll dig him up. And right here in front, I have, I believe it's Easter Candy Bearded Iris. I'm on the fence about if I should leave this guy here or if I should move him with the rest of the irises on the other side of the flower garden. But for now, we're gonna leave him. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I think there's a salvia alive here underneath a bunch of grass, or a bunch of grass grew in the salvia. There is a Rose Marvel Salvia here, but grass grew up through it. So what I'm going to do is get a shovel, because apparently I didn't bring a shovel with me. I'm going to dig this Rose Marvel Salvia up and see if I can get the grass out of it, and then maybe replant it someplace else. And then we're going to plant this blackberry lily right here in front of the border. So let me go get some tools, and just like that, see if we can dig this one up. I don't know if you guys can see, but this is all grass that grew in and amongst the salvia. It's going to be tricky to get it all out, and the roots. I think what I may do is take this back to the greenhouse, pick through it off camera, and then maybe repot it into a pot to plant somewhere else out in the garden come next spring. In the meantime, I'm going to push back some of this mulch, do a little more weeding. We're going to cut back the leaves now so it's a little easier to juggle. If you've ever grown blackberry lily and have any thoughts or opinions, please leave them below, because I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm sort of treating this like a regular lily, since there's going to be some transplant shock and I want the roots to grow out. I'm cutting the leaves back. So let's see if we can get this out of the pot here and see what it looks like. Woo! Wow, pot bound. And get those out of there. Hopefully you can see that, all the roots. This guy is pretty pot bound, and these roots look good and healthy. And from my understanding, blackberry lily will grow and spread, which is kind of nice because I like plants that can kind of take care of themselves. It may become a thug and or a bully to other plants in the area, but I'll deal with that if it survives the winter. There are supposed to be 2 plants here. So I'm going to see if we can't maybe separate them. All right, 2 plants. These roots look incredibly healthy, very nice. Tuck you there, pull that back. All right. So theoretically, both these plants will hopefully spread along here. I'm sure they'll want to spread elsewhere, but we'll have to see how that goes, and hopefully they won't be too thuggish and or invasive. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post up a new video. This way you can follow along with my 30-day fall blitz. Hopefully I make it through all 30 days. Hopefully I keep you guys entertained. If you haven't checked out all the links below, please check out the links below. I think that's going to wrap it up for today. I'm going to catch you in the next one. Today, I'm going to be doing something that I really should have done years ago. Honestly, seriously, I'm the worst gardener. Hopefully you guys can see this. I have what appears to be 1 sedum and a partially eaten one here. And little did I know that the deer love to eat sedums. If you're new to the channel, I live in eastern North Carolina. I'm in a fairly rural area, and I have herds of deer that on a regular basis come strolling through my neighborhood. And yeah, every once in a while they get into the flower garden because there's no fence or anything, and they'll just munch on things like the sedum here. Funny enough, last year didn't touch the sedum at all. But this year, yes, they have gone to town quite a few times on it. Don't know why, don't care. Either way, we're going to save these sedums. So the first thing we're going to do is dig them up. Now, once upon a time, I had a label for one or both of these. Actually, yeah, okay, these green ones over here I have a label for. This one I do not. This one came with me from New York, and yeah, it's pretty, there's a lot of damage here and it's pretty rotten. So what I'm going to do, along with pulling some weeds here, is I'm going to find out, because I see some, what looks like good stems. See, this stem looks pretty beat up, but it may still be viable, maybe. So if I plant this up, theoretically cut it back, it may grow into a whole new plant. Not sure. Gonna pull it out anyways. This one too. Now this plant seems to have suffered possibly from some root rot, as well as the deer nibbling on it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, so this plant is pretty shot, but there still might be a chance for some of it. So that's what we're gonna do. I don't think so. Doubtful. Maybe there's some new growth on the bottom here. And I'll show you guys a close-up of that later. There's actually some new roots on this piece, and not so much that. So we're going to take that with us. Is that just weeds, or also new growth on this one? All right. What I'm going to do is I will show you all the new growth when we get back to the potting bench. So it looks like in the end, I will wind up with a lot of new sedums. Some of the root rot that I'm encountering could be from the age of the plant. I think this plant I think the plant I just pulled up is probably about 10 years old at least. So it could just be part of the natural, the main core dying off. I have gnats in my face, sorry. Could be part of the main core dying off because the plant is so old and then it starts pushing out new or younger growth. Or it could just be root rot from the extensive rains that we got back in September. Either way, I'm going to get another bucket and see if we can't pull these 2 guys up. Let's see about these. Now these 2 sedums are autumn fire sedums. I should have grabbed a bigger shovel. This plant might also have some root rot. Or again, it's just the natural division of things. If you've grown sedums before, if you have experience with sedums, please leave those comments below. I don't know a lot about sedums. I know they like free draining soil. I know they put on a nice display of displays, but that's pretty much it. I think we're going to get a lot of plant divisions out of all these. Alrighty, that's all the sedums. This one looks much healthier. Although again, I'll show you the close-up damage of the deer. Like I said, we're going to get these out of reach of the deer. So let's head over to the potting bench. Okay, the first plant I'm going to take care of is the really bad one that I don't know the name of. The one that I brought with me from New York. And I'm just going to take this piece for example. So this was where it was attached to the mother plant. That's all dried and rotted. But you can see it's putting on all these new leaves. So this right here is a whole new plant. And I think that if I divide it right between the two, I could get 2 plants. But I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to plant this maybe such as is, like this. And then we'll see what happens. You know what, I think I'm even going to, oh yeah, that top bit breaks right off. So I broke the top bit off. And now I just have these new, and this should reduce any transplant shock or a growth shock kind of thing. Now here's one with the seed heads. And then we've got some leaves, and the leaves look kind of okay. They are a little battered and worn because it's October, but over here, this is the exciting bit. See that? White new roots. So this should be a whole new plant. And break off a little at the joints there. There we go. So I can plant this just like this. And here's another one that I think you can see those white roots in there. So I'll do the same thing, plant this one up, so on and so forth. I'm not going to sit here and bore you guys with every single piece. Well, the other thing I think I'll do is cut the seed heads off. There's no reason for it. I'm trying to save these plants right now, and they're probably suffering through a bit of transplant shock, I would assume, guess, maybe, speculate. If you guys, again, if I'm looking at you experienced gardeners out there who may be watching this channel, maybe laughing at me, but if you've grown sedums before or have experienced with sedums, please let me know below in the comments. So now from those few plants, I got 1 little one, 2 little ones, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, in case you were wondering, I am using regular potting soil, but again, from my understanding, sedums enjoy very free draining soil, so I'm mixing in a couple extra handfuls of perlite and vermiculite to allow for that free draining. Now, for the other sedum, the Autumn Fire. That one is named. Autumn Fire is next. All right, so I just cleaned this one up a bit, but let me show you some of the deer damage. And I think you can see, or hopefully you can see, some of these leaves are sort of cut. And that's where the deer was nibbling. And some of these stems, like here's an example of a stem. I don't know if you could see that. That one's cut back. This one too. This one's nibbled on. Quite a few of these. And you can see how the leaves are sort of squarish. That's where the deer were nibbling. So what I did off camera is I went through, I pulled off this nice chunk. It has some good roots on it. So this one I'll plant up in a separate pot. And this clump I could theoretically divide. And if you think I can divide this, leave those comments below. But I think what I'm going to do, I cleared out all the dead growth from the center. And I think what I'm going to do is just pot this up into a big pot. Keep blocking my face. I'm going to pot this up in a big pot, and I'm going to let it sit for the winter on the back deck. They can take a frost. They can take light freezes. I mean, they've been in the ground for 4 years now, so they've been through the wars. So I'll put this in a big pot, put it on the back deck, and hopefully all should be well. And then maybe next year I'll pull it apart. Either way, let me shut up and put this in a pot. All right, so now from that 2 plants of the Autumn Fire that I got, I divided up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's it. Just 6 plants. Nope, I'm sorry. 7. 7 plants, which isn't too bad. I probably could have done more, but some of the pieces look like they had a little bit of root rot, and I don't want to introduce that into a plant, obviously. And other pieces just look a little too sketch, or just didn't look like they would survive. These are potted up. They're all watered in now. I still have to label the Autumn Fire ones, which I'll do momentarily off camera, so as not to bore you guys any more than you're already bored. And if you were curious, and if I didn't mention it in the beginning, I will be creating a playlist for this 30-day challenge that I'm doing, where I'm producing a video every single day for you guys. And I'm trying to check off another task that I need to get done around here in the garden for the fall/winter. Either way, If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video. This way, you can follow along, see what I'm doing next. I'm not even sure what's coming tomorrow. I have to figure that out still. And if you want, please check out those links below in the description or head over to growinggreenfinger.com and see what I got going on over there. That's going to wrap it up for today. I'm going to catch you on the next one. I think we're on to day 3 now of the 30-day Blitz challenge. This is where I try to do a video every single day for the next 30 days, trying to accomplish many of the tasks I need to accomplish here and around the garden for the fall, or fall projects, or preparing the garden for winter, all these things that normally need to get done, and I have a long list of them as I mentioned in my first video, so I won't bore you with that anymore. Well, what I will mention is that for between October 15th, which I think might be today, not sure, and November 8th, if you head over to Epic Gardening and buy anything from their store, whether it be a birdie's bed like I have here in the garden, or a book, or seed starting trays, or anything like that, you'll get to save yourself an extra 10% if you use the code GROWING. So if you use the code GROWING at checkout, you get to save yourself an extra 10% on anything you might buy from Epic Gardening. You may need seed starting trays for if you're doing fall crops, or even start stocking up for next spring, or again, if you want a book to read, I think there's Kevin's got a couple of books over there, and there's a bunch of stuff over at Epic Gardening store. So if you haven't checked it out, go check it out. All the links will be below, and again, use the code GROWING to save yourself 10%. All right, enough of that. What are we doing today? We're saving peonies. Well, we're not really. Well, yeah, we are kind of saving peonies. I have peonies scattered all throughout this garden. I have them here in the rose garden, here in the front bed garden. And believe it or not, somewhere in there, I have more here in the flower garden. So today what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to dig up all of my peonies and move them to one location. And there's numerous reasons why. One is none of my peonies have flowered except for Sandra Bernhardt here in the flower garden. And right now it's getting swallowed up by the Canna and Gladiolus. So I think it's best to move it out of the flower garden, or at least in the spot it's in the flower garden, and move it to a different location. I have living coral and I think another variety or two over in the rose garden, and I always seem to kind of forget about them, and then I see this green foliage and I go, oh, that's my peonies, but they've never flowered in the 4 years that they've been there. And then maybe 3 years, either way. And then there's the one in the front of the house beds, and I've never seen that one flower either. It grows, the foliage looks good and healthy, it's never flowered. So I think I'm going to make the radical decision to dig up all my peonies now here in the fall and move them to one location in the flower garden and put them all together. Now, doing this, I theoretically should be able to keep a closer eye on them, monitor them. They'll all be in, I think, a better, sunnier spot, although I don't know if the intense heat here in eastern North Carolina in the summertime will negatively affect them or not. And of course, this will be setting all of them back, because from my understanding, and I've kind of seen this happen, you know, if you newly plant a peony, it won't flower for roughly 3 years, give or take. It may flower in year 2 or it may flower in year 4, but generally it's 3 years. And I could wait to see if they flower over in the rose garden or over someplace else, but I just don't think that they're in good locations, and I just don't give them maybe the attention that they need. I'm not sure. But I think if I move them all together, I can keep better track of them, keep better watch over them, and then hopefully in 3 years, they'll flower again. If you think I'm crazy, or you have a different opinion, or if you have any opinion or any comments, please feel free to leave them below. But now, while it's relatively cool out, I think it's the best time to do this. So let me go dig them all up, and I'll show you where we're going to plant them.
Many hours later.
All right, so I dug all of my peonies up, or at least I think this is all the peonies that were scattered throughout the garden. There were actually 1, 2, 3 in the rose garden, and I found 2 in the flower garden where I only thought there was 1. I actually forgot about 1. So that's been moved, or dug up, I should say. And I'm going to go over each one in a little more detail here in a second. All right, so behind me, I have already planted a Victoria de la Marnie Peony. So I got Victoria de la Marner de Peony. I'll put the names on the screen too. Right here, looking really rough. You guys probably can't see it because of the shade, but either way, is Living Coral, Festivia Maxima Peony, Sandra Bernhardt. I actually have two Sandra Bernhardts. I have a Marie Lemon Peony, Duchess d'Amour. I think there's a lot of French sounding names. Were the French known for cultivating peonies? If you guys know the answers, leave those comments below. And last but not least is Carl Rosenfeld. Now some of these, like the Carl Rosenfeld, it's pretty bulky. I don't know if I'll be able to get any division out of that. I did get a division out of one of these. It actually just fell apart. I tried to keep as much of the root system intact as possible. My goal here isn't to necessarily divide them. It's just to sort of transplant them, put them all in one general area where I could keep a better eye on them, monitor them, baby them, and then maybe sometime in the future as the garden takes on more of a design aesthetic, and maybe then I'll move them to someplace else or scatter them once again, but that's years down the road. First and foremost, we have to ensure that these survive. So, cue the music and let me start planting. Okay, before I cue the music, I just want to make a note here how I'm planting them. Peonies you don't have to plant particularly deep according to the instructions, and I've never planted them particularly deep, even in New York, which was surprising. They withstood the freezing ground, and that's probably because most of their roots are so thick. So for instance, here's Marie Lemon. You can see how thick some of those roots are. You can also see there's a lot of eyes on this one. I'll cut this top part off, but hopefully you can see all the eyes that are on this one, which means there'll be new stems for next year. I just loosened up some of the soil here, and what I'm going to do is basically, I have to be careful here because there's probably some weeds in here. Let's get that top growth cut off. There we go. We're going to sort of tuck this in. Now, again, I get torrential downpours and the ground can get quite sodden, and peonies do not like very wet feet. So what I'm going to do is basically put these at ground level and then mound up over them. Of course, mulching on top of that. So that should keep them elevated, not in such sodden ground. Because if I bury them below ground level, because you're supposed to plant peonies no deeper than basically, I think, an inch. If I'm mistaken about that, please leave those comments below. But if I planted it and we had those sodden winter days where just 8 inches of rain in a week, then there's a good chance that the peonies could wind up rotting, which I don't want. So again, I'm going to plant them basically ground level and then mound up over them and then mulch on top of that, and they should be okay. I've had them planted like this here before. Be careful not to break too many roots here. Just want to make sure I get that tucked in. Where's my compost? Now there is going to be some sort of transplant shock, but I think now during the fall is probably a good time to be planting them. Again, here my ground never freezes in growing zone 8B, so I don't have to worry about that. All right, so Marie is planted, and I'm going to continue that pattern throughout. I'm not particularly planting these in any particular order, although they all will be in this general vicinity. Hopefully, as you can see, I've got them all planted. Sandra Bernhardt's over here. I have another variety over there and here and here and here. So this whole area will be flowering hopefully in 3 years. But the biggest challenge right now is just to hope that they thrive, survive the winter, that kind of thing. I will obviously be watering all of this in off camera, not going to bore you guys. I don't know if you guys can see this, but right now I have a chocolate chip tobacco plant here, Nicotina, Nicotiana, something like that, flowering, and it's quite lovely. And the keen eye of you may have noticed, and I'm not even sure it'll make it into the final edit, but I had a dark opal basil plant here, I yanked it out of the ground because it was going to be in the way of where I wanted Sandra Bernhardt. I do have a few others, but in a couple of weeks, probably 3 or 4 weeks maybe, we'll get our first frost, and at that point the basil will go over. So it was going to have to come out of the ground. Anyways, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video. This way you can follow along with my 30-day blitz. You can see if any of these survive come next spring. If any of these push up new growth, we will find out come next spring. I will be doing something else interesting tomorrow, because there's a lot to get done around this garden here during the fall, and I should have, well, I kind of knew this was coming. Obviously, the larger the garden gets, the more work there is to be done in it, and yeah, there's quite a bit to go. So, with all that being said, I'm going to catch you guys on the next one. This is day 4 or 5. I have no idea of the blitz. It all just seems to be going by so quickly. Of me trying to accomplish a lot this fall and bring you guys along for the ride here in my garden. And this right here, well, maybe you could see it, but in here is a fig tree. I have mowed the grass down inside of it a couple of times this year. And, well, of course, it just keeps growing. The fence is here to keep the deer away from the fig tree. The first year I had it, they were nibbling and breaking branches, and I think they were just going for the fruit. I don't think they like the leaves. But if you know different, or if you've had experience with fig trees and deers, leave those comments below. I'm always asking you guys to leave comments. It helps the YouTube algorithm, and it also helps inform me because I'm a novice gardener, and I don't know that much. So my plan today is to try to cut as much of this back. I'm going to do essentially a chop and drop, and then I'm going to do a few other things here to help this fig tree for the upcoming year. And if this goes as quickly and as smoothly as I hope, then way back there I have an apple tree which is buried in grass and weeds and verbena and other things, and maybe we'll get to that one too. There we go. I haven't used one of these in a long time. So as you can see, all around the fig tree now has been chopped down. I'm actually going to leave all the grass cuttings to rot down. That's part of the plan. I've done that several times already. And when I was doing the hand cutting around the trunk with my scissors here, I noticed there's a couple of new shoots or branches pushing up from the base, which is really awesome. Don't ask me what kind of fig tree this is. I have no idea. It was one of the first fruit trees my wife wanted, other than the pawpaws. And if you haven't seen that video, you can go way back to 2021 and watch that video. But the fig tree has been doing pretty well for the last few years. In fact, this year has been its most bountiful so far as figs. And in fact, there's a bunch of figs on the tree now. I just don't think they're going to be ready by the freeze. So we'll have to wait and see. Nonetheless, I'm going to take a couple more steps here with this tree that I've never done before. And the first one is, I'm going to spread a little fresh horse manure. This is well composted, doesn't have a smell anymore, so it's all rotted down. And I'm not going to put it directly against the tree in case some of you are worried about that. I'm not going to do that. I'm actually going to spread it around the perimeter. And this way, hopefully one day when it starts to rain again, we haven't had rain all of October, but once it starts to rain again, it'll obviously wash into the ground. It'll provide nutrients and all that other good stuff. And you know, the plant hopefully should be happier. And then I'm going to take an additional step, which I'll show you in a second. There we go. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put cardboard around the base. Now again, I'm not going to go up against the tree. I don't want to harm the tree in any way, but what I do want to do is suppress any new grass and or weeds from pushing up. So I'm just going to lay a thin layer of cardboard down. In fact, you may have seen this is my corrugated cardboard. So I'm just going to lay a thin layer of it around, and then I'm going to put a layer of mulch on top of it. And that's basically just to hold the cardboard in place. Once we start getting rain, which we normally do in the winter time, we get quite a bit of rain. This cardboard will break down fairly quickly. It'll be gone by springtime, I guarantee it. And the grass will probably start growing right up through it once again. But if I can just suppress it for the next few months, life will be good. And then it'll also allow anything that's all those clippings, all that grass that I cut down now, that'll also rot down underneath the cardboard here, which will also be good. So let me shut up and put down the cardboard and mulch. Cleaned up, chopped down. I can actually see the tree now. I learned that there's new shoots pushing up from the base. None of the cardboard is really touching the trunk, which is great. None of the mulch is. If we get a heavy enough rain, maybe it'll push it down. But what I suspect is going to happen, because I've been living here now 4 years, going into 5 years, is again over the winter we'll get those heavy rains. The cardboard will absolutely rot down by the springtime. This mulch will, grass and weeds will start growing up through it. It's not a very thick layer. And even if I had a 12-inch thick layer of mulch down, I guarantee you weeds and grass would grow up through it. It's just the way it is down here. It's just the way we roll. In my chopping, this verbena here seems to have survived, which I'm okay with. Adds a little decorative touch, and who knows, maybe verbena seeds will spread out through this whole thing, and there'll be a lot of verbena popping up all around here, helping to hide the fence and adding just a little bit of beauty to this spot. So, let me close up this fence. Let's go check out the apple tree. Alrighty, in this mess, I have my red Jonathan, or Jonathan Red apple tree. For the new viewers out there, I got it as a bare root from Arbor Day Foundation. It's probably about yay big. Today it's this big, and it would have been bigger had the deer not tried to munch on it, or did munch on it, the first couple of years. So I built this fence around it, and it's worked out well. It's kept the deer off of it. In fact, starting last year, what happened was I had some compost, which I knew wasn't well rotted, but I figured it would rot in place or finish rotting in place. And I had spread it all around this tree to add some nutrients to the soil around the tree. So then what had happened was, because that compost wasn't fully rotted down, I had a lot of verbena seeds, foxglove, and this year apparently agastache I see growing in the middle here. They're all wonderful, and they all put on gave it a very meadowy-like appearance, which was wonderful, absolutely wonderful, and I love it. Spider, very big spider. Woohoo! Let's see if we can get a close-up of that guy. That right there, that blurry thing right there, that's about as good as I can get the camera to go, is a garden spider, yellow garden spider. Non-venomous, but terrifying nonetheless. So what I want to do today is just chop some of this down. I want to get it a little more under control, maybe get out some of the grass that's growing on the other side, and just tidy this whole thing up. Most of the verbena is done, it's gone to seed. Some of it is still flowering, but even if I chop it back today, we're still not looking at a freeze for at least, what do we say, the 16th, 17th, probably another month maybe, unless it comes early, but generally about another month. So the verbena may start regrowing and reflowering, which all the butterflies and bees will absolutely love. Should have seen this thing earlier in the spring. They were all over this area, which was wonderful. I'm not going to do the cardboard and the mulch because I don't want to really suppress anything. I want new verbena to pop up. I want new foxglove and agastache and anything else, flowering wise, to grow back up in here. So I'm just going to sort of chop and drop, just see if we can tidy this up, and you can see the tree again. So let me get to work. Okay, so there it is, all done, job done. It does look like a disaster. It is pretty much a disaster. But doing the chop and drop, hopefully all this stuff will rot down by springtime. I'm sure it will. A lot of the verbena seed, it will spread just by the virtue of me cutting down and dropping all the verbena. So hopefully next year there'll be even more verbena in this space. I was stomping on a couple of foxgloves. Let me see if I can get you a close up here. So there's a foxglove, and I think, yeah, next to it is an agastache. That's been now butchered. I think over here is another foxglove underneath the debris and whatnot. And there's probably other plants somewhere else in there. But I feel pretty confident that all this will break down, rot down. I did put down the composted horse manure all around the perimeter, so nothing against the tree itself. Again, hopefully once we start getting rains, it all washes into the soil. All this breaks down, adds to the soil, provides nutrients for the tree. And the other good thing about me doing this today was I saw quite a few branches which are crisscrossing and touching one another. Nothing really diseased, dead, or dying that I see, which is good, but I do see some of the smaller branches crisscrossing. So I will have to come back in December, January when the tree goes dormant and just do a little prune. Just a couple of things here and there, trim them up, make them look better. And I think this tree is just gonna be even better next year. I think it's gonna be that much taller. It's gonna be that much better. Hopefully it'll be that much healthier. And I think, or I'm hopeful, I'm hopeful that, again, the verbena all pops back up. Foxgloves maybe in here. They come up. They were beautiful in the springtime. If you haven't seen those videos, go back in time. Look up my springtime videos. There were some beautiful flowers. If you don't follow me on Instagram, give it a follow on Instagram because I often post pictures there that I may not show here on YouTube. Things like maybe just a close-up of the foxgloves in here flowering amongst all the verbena. It was really something, a sight to behold. And I did not plant a thing. Didn't do a thing. I just dropped some compost. I knew it didn't get hot enough. I knew it didn't fully break down, but I spread it all around here. And lo and behold, all that seed in there just started coming up. I was lucky that it was mostly flowers and not so many weeds. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video. And this way you can see what happens this upcoming spring. Because anything could happen. It could be a total disaster. The tree could die. I don't know. Who knows? But you gotta follow along to see what does happen. I think that's gonna wrap it up for today. I hope you guys are enjoying my daily videos that I'm doing for the next 30 days. And with that, I'm gonna catch you on the next one. Have you ever planted something and you had great expectations for it and it just didn't work out the way you expected it to? For whatever reason, welcome to my garden. Today I'm going to be doing some remedial work, maybe some rescuing. What I have here in front of me, and which you really probably can't see, is a Crimson Kiss Weigelia and a Mr. Poppins. Yeah, Mr. Poppins. I have a berry Poppins over by the greenhouse. That's a whole nother story. We're going to get to that in a little while. And I also have some other shrubs which also aren't doing good. But first we're going to start with these two. I'm at the far end of the orchard, the furthest extent of my property towards this side. This wooded area behind me belongs to someone else. And I wanted to plant up sort of a hedge line, a hedge row here of various different shrubs, because one of the things I wanted to do when I started gardening was grow as many different types of plants as possible. Learn from them and experience them, and why not grow Weigelia, or why not grow a Mr. Poppins, or, you know, so I just wanted to grow as much as possible. And sort of this back row over here that I'm standing at would be a good place just to have various different types of shrubs, flowering and non-flowering. Unfortunately, again, for various reasons, things just haven't worked out well, especially for these two shrubs. I'm not even sure Mr. Poppins is still alive. So what we're gonna do in the first part of today's adventure is dig up both these plants and check them out, see if they're still alive, still viable. And I think the Weigelia really is, but I'm not sure about the Mr. Poppins. Either way, we're gonna rescue them. But then I need to put something in this space. And that's where the second part we'll fill that in. We're going to put something else back in this space after we dig these two out. And then I'll show you what we're going to do with these guys. I hope you guys are enjoying the Garden Blitz series that I'm doing here, where I do a video every single day for the next 30 days, hopefully. I make no guarantees nor promises that I will make it to the 30 days, but I'm trying. And I think this video is day 5. Yeah, day 5. I have a lot of tasks that still need to be done here around the garden for the fall, and planting and transplanting now during the fall is probably one of the best times to do it. Obviously, you could do it in the heat of the summer. There's a lot more risk of losing the plant due to transplant shock and all that other good jazz. But now, while things are cooler, in fact, you can see I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt today, is a pretty good time to do some transplanting. There was a little dog behind me. There she is. Sophie's going to help me today. First plant I think we're going to go for is Mr. Poppins here. Now, I bought Mr. Poppins from, I believe, Arbor Day Foundation. It was a discounted plant. It was small. I think the berries thing was the thing that attracted me. And I bought Mrs. Poppins last year, but then it died. And then I bought it again this year, and it's still alive in a pot by the greenhouse. And I don't see a lot of fire ant activity. This is also important. There's a lot of grass here. Mr. Poppins here looks very rough. There is a singular green leaf left here. All right. So there's a couple of leaves on here. It does look in really rough condition, but looking at the roots, they actually look fairly good. I think. I don't see a lot of root rot. They are a little compacted, but overall I think it's okay. So what I'm going to do, hopefully I'm in shot here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this back to the greenhouse, and we're going to pot this up, and we'll keep it in a pot temporarily until I plant it out, which I think I'm going to put this in the rose garden next year or the year after. And next, I'm going to dig up the Crimson Kiss Weigelia. Now, this one did have quite a bit of growth this year, or at least it looked that way. And it also had some flowers, which did look quite lovely. But unfortunately, it just doesn't seem to be doing that well in this spot. So we're going to see about maybe getting this guy out of the ground. This one, I think the roots look okay-ish, but nothing, it didn't seem to be thriving in this location. Again, it could have had something to do with the soil, which is always very important. So hopefully you can see the leaves here, and hopefully you can see all the spent flower buds. Oh. The root system I would have expected to be more extensive. It could be insect pressure. It could just be the bad soil I have here. It could be numerous things, but overall the roots look okay-ish. So with this one as well, I'm going to put it in a temporary pot, and I think this will eventually get transplanted out into the rose garden. So let me put this in its bucket. I'm going to give this little strip right here a little bit of a haircut with the weed whacker. And then I'm going to dig some new holes for the plants, for the shrubs that are going to get transplanted over here. So I'll show you that in a second. Let's go find the shrubs that I'm going to go plant in these holes. Because I'm a great YouTuber, I failed to record the digging up of these sunshine ligustrum, which, if you remember, were out on the street side of the orchard. As I stated before, which you didn't hear because I didn't hit record.
Idiot!
These should be a whole lot larger. They're about 4 years old. They should be a whole lot larger, and they're not. So, well, they were probably in the wrong spot, and what I'm going to try to do is plant them in this spot, and hopefully they do better. Enough talking. Let's hit the music and go. Well, all right. All 3 sunshine ligustrums are planted up. I don't know, guys, if you guys can see, but there's a Japanese holly here. It does break up the row of sunshine ligustrums, but that's okay. I'm all right with that. I don't need to dig it up. I don't need to put all the sunshine ligustrums together. What I want is good, healthy plants, and I want these sunshine ligustrums to grow a whole lot more than they have. And hopefully in this new spot here, where they will get a little bit more sun, and I've given them some fresh compost around their roots, hopefully they start growing and thriving. Let's go take care of those first two bushes that I dug up. Okay, so we rescued those two bushes, and again, my plan is to eventually put them in the rose garden. So these will get added to that future plan that I have for the back of the rose garden, which I will talk about in another video. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video. This way you can follow along with my adventures and misadventures. Enough of that, let's drop these into some pots. You know, when you buy shrubs, or really any other plant from the garden center or big box store, wherever, I think it's a good idea if you can to hold on to these pots, but some of these pots are really durable. Free pots, always great for circumstances like this when you need a temporary pot to hold the plant before you put it someplace else. So let me shut up with that and grab some dirt. I'm using Daddy Pete's Sea & Farm potting soil. It's very good. It's on the pricey side, but it is very good. It's got all sorts of good stuff, nutrients, whatnot in it, and it's made by a local vendor. I believe Daddy Pete's only sells in the southeastern United States. So if you're in the southeastern United States, check out your local garden center or check out the Daddy Pete's website, see if they sell near you. Either way, not sponsored. I'm going to throw that out there. I wish they were sponsored. Daddy Pete's, if you're listening to this, I could use a pallet of this next spring. If you'd be so kind, maybe, please. Anyways, what's this one? Mr. Poppins. So this is the one that looks really rough. And I don't know if it's going to make it through the winter, honestly. You know, it's got a couple of leaves on it, but it looks really, really rough. So again, we're just going to pot it up, hope for the best. If it does survive, it will go into the rose garden eventually. There we go, a little bit more. If you're new to the channel and you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. You can click the bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video, but you don't have to. You can check out the playlists. If you're new to the channel and you want to catch up on some of my shenanigans or see where my garden has come from to where it is today, you can go back and watch some of those videos. Forewarning, I made some awfully bad videos back in the day. Not that this video is any bad, but there were some pretty bad ones back then. And this next one, which looks slightly better but still on the rough side, is the Crimson Kiss Weigelia. Woof, words are hard. Again, this one I'm going to get into the pot here. Don't forget to label your plants so you don't forget, especially once you start losing what's left of your mind. The next person behind you will know what plants are which. And of course, give them a good thorough soak. It hasn't rained here in eastern North Carolina where I am for about a month now. So everything is quite dry and very concerned about my younger plants. I'm really, really, really hoping for rain soon. I'm getting to the point where I might start doing a rain dance soon. I know, it's that desperate. No one wants to see me dancing around out in the field. That's just silly. Now, because these are freshly dug up and watered into these pots, they are probably experiencing a bit of transplant shock. So what I will do is I will place them underneath the shade cloth that will be coming up soon and stresses the plant out a little less. And then hopefully in a year, next year or the year after, I'll be planting them out into the rose garden. And I have an idea as to where I want them. But of course, plans always change. So if you haven't checked out all the links in the description, please check out all the links in the description. Did you know I've written a couple of books? 3 books. You can go check those links out as well in the description, or just go over to growinggreenfinger.com and see all the good stuff I've got over there. Any words of advice, wisdom, suggestions, or just making a random comment, please leave those comments below. And I think with that, I'm going to catch you on the next one. Oh, and I'm going to go water those other plants too. I'll catch you on the next one. Today, I'm going to be doing something which is a continuation of something I started doing the other week. And I don't know what the title of this video is going to be, so you may already know. We're going to be doing some repotting of my hellebores. When I first moved to North Carolina, I had hellebores in New York and I wanted hellebores down here. Foolishly, I didn't take into account how much shade they actually need, and I didn't even think about where the sun lands on this property or which way the sun moves, and that was all my fault. It's a total novice move. What you should do is spend some time in your new property or your new land, whatever it is, and see where the sun falls during the various seasons, see where your shady spots are in the garden. And I failed to do that, really. Not the end of the world. What I did was I took my hellebores and I put them into pots, and I kept the hellebores on the back deck for the first winter, and actually every winter since. And during the summertime, when it starts getting really hot out and that sun becomes stupid intense, I put them kind of under the deck a little bit so they get a whole lot more shade. But I've had these hellebores now in pots for about 4 years. And if you watched my video from a few weeks ago, or if you haven't, please go back and watch it. And I took 3 of them and I put them into my shady driveway border. That border wasn't as shady nor developed when I first moved in. Actually, there was no border there. It was just grass right up to the foundation. Anyways, I put the 3 hellebores there because now the space is ready for them. And I thought about putting the rest of my hellebores, I have 4 left, and I thought about putting them into that border as well. But then I would miss seeing those flowers from inside the house, or when I exit the back door, right there at the back door on my deck. So the only thing left for me to really do then is to repot these hellebores. If you grow hellebores in pots, please let me know in the comments below. The first one here I have is Ice and Roses, and I'll try to put the pictures up here as I do these. And don't worry, I'm not going to bore you with the whole repotting process. But what I do want to do is show you what some of these plants look like. And if I can only find a shovel, I'll take this one. I have no idea where the roots are. The roots actually don't seem to be spread all that far. I'm almost surprised. I thought this would be a whole lot more pot bound. Now this one earlier in the year I thought was actually dead because all the top growth was gone and it was stupid hot out. So I just thought it basically just dried up in the pot, but I couldn't keep the pot moist enough. All right, so here we go. Hopefully the camera focuses on this. This just grew within the last month. Got some stupid weeds here hanging on the top. And this is the root system that it's got, which isn't too bad. I honestly thought being in a pot for about 4 years, it would have been a whole lot more pot bound, but maybe this variety doesn't do that. I just have roots falling off here. Yeah. There's more roots here that are just falling off. Okay, so after teasing a lot of the roots off, apparently what it looks like is that this is, well, it looks like this is all that's left. So we have this new growth here, and then these roots. What I'm thinking is that the plant went through sort of a division, and all those other roots maybe died off due to age. This is what I've got. So this is Ice and Roses. So there'll be plenty of room now in the pot for it to grow out. So now this guy is all potted up here, as you can see, and there's the label over here. So I'll give this a good thorough watering, and hopefully it starts looking a lot better, or it puts on more growth over the course of the winter. Hellebores is yet another plant along the long list of plants I need to really learn about. You can Google something and you could just read the back of a plant tag, but it's not the same as having a thorough understanding of the plant, its growth habits, that kind of thing. So if you guys know any good reading material and or websites or YouTube videos that cover hellebores extensively, please leave those comments below. Next up is Pink Frost, and this one is also another not so great looking hellebore. Although, again, as the cooler temperatures arrive, it may start looking a whole lot better. But either way, it's been in the pot way too long. Let's get it out of the pot and then repot it. Now this one, even though it didn't look great on top, has got a lot of roots. In fact, there were quite a few roots that were on the bottom of the pot that were black, so they were old and dead or rotten. Either way, I pulled those off already. I think I'm going to trim a lot of this back, and theoretically, it should invigorate it to push out more roots. Hypothetically, if I'm wrong, or if you think I'm wrong, please leave those comments below. I'm not going to trim it all the way back up to here probably just a little bit like down here. So again, this way it should stimulate it. Either way, let me get this potted up. If I didn't mention, this is Pink Frost. So this one's now all potted up and ready to go. Next up, one of my favorites, a double white, great white double. Okay, so here's this one. This one was very pot bound, and I tried to thin out as much of the roots as I can, hopefully not causing too much damage to the plant. Yeah, let me get this potted up and we'll cross our fingers and hope it does flower this year. Here it is, all potted up. Again, this was great white double. And last but not least, and this one's got, I would say, almost the most growth, winter plum. So this one's winter plum. So let me get this one taken out of the pot and see what happens. Now this one was as bad as I feared all of them were going to be. This is super root bound. The whole thing was just a mass of roots. I could barely tease out any of these roots. I've gone so harsh on this thing right now. I'm worried that it won't survive. There's going to be quite a bit of transplant shock here, I'm sure. If you guys want to take any bets, place your bets below. But I mean, there's roots right to the top. That's how pot bound this thing was. They were growing on the surface here. The whole thing was just so root bound. So this is as good as I've gotten the root ball. Teasing wise, trying to get these roots out, try to fluff them out again. And hopefully now it'll put on new growth and it'll survive. Like I said, place your bets below. Let me get this potted up. Well, here's this one. A lot of new growth on top, and I'm tempted to cut it off or cut it back, but it is brand new growth. So I'm hopeful that those roots will take quickly. It is supposed to be warm over the next few weeks, and if I keep it relatively moist, hopefully, maybe, possibly, it survives. So there we go. I repotted my potted up hellebores. We went from one that had 2 roots to one that was super pot bound, and then a few in between. And hopefully now that they're all in fresh new potting soil, they all do very well. Now this potting soil that I'm using, I've mentioned before in other videos, and it's not sponsored. It's called Daddy Pete's Sea and Farm. It has composted cow manure, peat moss, aged pine bark fines, perlite, sandy loam, oyster shell organic, fish meal, crab meal, shrimp meal, earthworm castings, fossilized bat guano, and kelp meal. So it is a super nutritious mix that I shouldn't have to add anything to for at least until next summer. They should have all the nutrients that they need throughout the winter. I just saw a thing on the YouTubes via the news, and then they were saying that this winter we're supposed to be drier than normal because of La Nina and warmer than normal. You know, they're just talking a few degrees or a little, you know, again, this is all averages. We could still get 3 days of straight downpours giving us 8 inches of rain and then nothing for the next month or so. You know, this is how it goes. But these are all thoroughly watered in. Hopefully these all survive. And hopefully I'm showing you guys beautiful hellebore flowers come December, January. If you guys have any questions, comments, etc., please leave them below. If you guys have any helpful hints, please leave them below, or any good sources of material, a book, a website, or YouTube video where they give more education on hellebores, because it is definitely something I should educate myself on so I can better take care of my hellebores. I think that's going to wrap it up for today. You guys know the drill. Check out all those links below. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Click on the bell icon to be notified when I do post up my new video. I think that's going to be about it for today. I'm going to catch you in the next one. Today, I'm going to be moving this guy, or girl. This is Queen Mum Agapanthus. And when I bought it earlier this year, it was this large. This is a very large Agapanthus. Don't know how long it was in its pot, but from what I can see, I have 1, 2, and at least 3 large groups or stems. So what I'm going to do today is dig it up, divide it. Now, I don't know if I'm going to replant all of them today. We'll have to see what it looks like when it comes up, but this looks like a very strong and healthy plant. Let's start digging. If you guys have grown agapanthus before, please leave the comments below. Let me know what you think of the plant. If you haven't grown agapanthus before, let me know as well. The other thing I'm going to try to do today is move this bench because it's not perfectly centered or centered enough or centered the way I'd like it to be in the flower garden. So we're going to do that as well once I get this guy out of place. Now, the other thing I've noticed with a lot of the agapanthus is the roots. There's usually a lot of roots on the surface here, or near the surface. You can see a bunch over there. And I'm just not sure if that's just the way it naturally does its thing, or if that's just something unique maybe to my garden. Now, this did flower this year, had these large white flower heads, but from what I've read, usually after you transplant it, it will not. Oh my goodness, look at this, look at these roots. I don't know if you guys can see that. Wow, a lot of roots. You can kind of see where the pot was, and then it put out a lot of these longer roots. So hopefully this is not too dark here. It is in a shady spot right here, right now. And let's see here. So I see a little one here, a bigger one. Looks like there's one here. A couple over here. So I'm going to take my hoary knife and just start gently cutting here. Another way you could do this is by using a shovel. Okay, so this is not a good cut. So obviously there's no roots here. This wasn't a good cut. It's difficult to see. What I was hoping for is to go a little further between, and yeah, that didn't happen. So I think what we're going to try here next is, hopefully you guys can see this. And this is where I'm thinking maybe making the next cut. Okay, this would be good because we have some roots. We got a bit of the crown, I guess is what you'd call it, and then the tops. One of the things I should probably do is cut these tops back, so I'll go get a pair of scissors and do that in a minute. But this should be viable, theoretically. If you think I'm wrong, please leave those comments below. You know what I'm thinking with this piece is maybe just potting it up anyways, and maybe roots will grow out of the bottom. But we'll see. Now this, theoretically, should be okay, maybe. Okay. Oh yeah, this is good. This is a real good division. I'm just trying to tease out some of the soil and loose roots. All right, so I have two that I'm going to repot or replant right here. This one I'm going to put into a pot and keep this in the greenhouse over the winter. And this one I'm going to try to pot up in the greenhouse and see if maybe any roots grow out of this, and this can also be a viable plant next year. But first, let me move the bench. Okay, well, my bench isn't quite centered, but I don't think the garden itself is totally square. As hard as I tried, or as hard as I tried to make the garden, the flower garden itself, as square as possible, with my limited knowledge and means, it's not exactly square, or it's not exactly centered as to where I want it. Basically, I wanted, if you were sitting in the center of the bench, you're looking down the center of the entrance, and that's not really happening. But if I move it too close towards me, now I'm off-centered of the back here, back border, or the back border of the flower garden here. So I'm not going to keep messing with it today. That's just a waste of time. And nothing is set in stone here. But what I will do is replant my agapanthus. And what I'm going to do is plant it right here, basically next to the bench where it was last time. I will leave myself some wiggle room in case I decide at a later date to come back and move the bench. But for now, this is where it's going to go. The other thing I'm going to do, which is what I had done initially, which I believe is leads to the success of the plant. But if you think I'm wrong at any of this, because I'm a novice gardener and I don't know what I'm doing here, I'm kind of winging it. I do my homework where I can. I'm going to plant it on a little bit of a mound. And the reason being is because, from my understanding, agapanthus do not like their feet wet. Their roots get really wet. And again, we can get torrential downpours. Doesn't have to be a tropical storm or nothing. Just regular winter storm. We can get 6 inches in 24 hours. In 48 hours, we could literally get a foot of rain. It hasn't really happened yet, but I'm pretty sure it probably has at some point in the past. I know we've gotten like 8 inches of rain in 48 hours, which is a lot. Either way, let me shut up, put down some compost. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tilt these roots here, try to get them a little further towards the back. There we go. So I get this in the ground. Now I've got this second one here, and what I'm going to do with this one is pretty much put it right behind the other one. Back. Okay, so these two are now planted and label, and hopefully they survive the winter. Hopefully they survive my transplanting here, which I think they will. Agapanthus are pretty hardy. I've divided agapanthus before. They seem to tolerate quite a bit. Let's go take care of those other two that I have. Real quick, what I had done, this is the piece without any roots, but I'm going to try sticking this in a pot, and we're going to see what happens long term. You can see how harshly I cut back the leaves. This may wind up putting out new roots. I don't know. I don't know enough about agapanthus. But if you think it'll root, leave those comments below. And of course, label, so after it dies, you know what was in here. And this one has roots. I took a couple of the much longer ones off, but it is putting on some smaller roots, which hopefully you guys can see. Hopefully I'm not doing anything weird with the light here. I do apologize. It's late afternoon. But I'm going to pot this up. And of course, I'll give both of these containers a good water. You thought I forgot the label, didn't you? There we go. And this one, as well as the other one, I may bring into the greenhouse over the winter time, just to sort of baby them. The greenhouse will be a more sheltered place with warmer temperatures, and we will see what happens. That's going to wrap it up for today. If you haven't checked out the links below, please check out the links below. I think the next video might be processing or starting to process the peanuts, maybe. I don't know. I still have a very long list of things I want to get done and accomplish for the fall. Hence the reason I'm calling this 30-day period the Fall Blitz, because I'm trying to get all those little things done. I still haven't touched on cleaning the greenhouse, weeding out the flower garden. There's still plants I want to transplant and plant, and the whole long list. There's a long list. Trust me, it's really long. But I'm making progress, and this is a good thing. So today I've gotten my big agapanthus divided and taken care of, and hopefully it all flourishes, and next year we'll have some lovely flowers, or the year after that. It may take a couple of years for it to flower after this division and transplanting, but we will see. The most important thing is, like many of my plants, it survives. With all that being said, I'm going to catch you on the next one. Today I'm going to be kind of taking it easy. If you've been watching my channel for the past week, you know I've been producing a video every single day, which is abnormal for me. Normally I do a video at the beginning of the week and at the end of the week, Monday and Friday. Sometimes in the middle, depending upon what's going on, but I'm doing my 30-day Fall Blitz challenge, where I try to accomplish or get something done every single day for the next 30 days. Because I have a long list of things that I need to do around the garden for fall. And it's not like when I'm not making a video, I'm not doing something in the garden. I just may not be doing as much or pushing myself, or some days I just may be lazy and say, I'll do it tomorrow. But now I'm doing the Fall Blitz challenge, where I'm basically forcing myself to do something. And again, there's lots of things to do around the garden, including processing all of my peanuts. Now, hopefully you guys can see this, because on my little viewfinder, everything seems really dark. I am underneath a shade cloth here, because after you harvest your potatoes, you're supposed to leave them out in a shady, dry space to cure, to dry off. As you can see, a lot of the foliage is all withered and dried up. It gives the seed inside the shells time to start hardening off or just drying up. I don't know the right terminology. If you've ever grown or harvested peanuts before, let me know in the comments below. So what I'm doing is really simply just going through the plants that I have here on the bench. I'm going to try to clear the bench off today. I'm trying to separate out all the peanuts, which I believe will be viable for roasting, because that's what I intend to do with these things. So for instance, so here is a good sized peanut. Hopefully you guys can see that. I'll put it against my shirt here. So this is a good sized peanut, and this is not such a good sized peanut. I have a lot of these little things, peanuts, which haven't actually developed versus this. So what I'm doing is going through the plants, weeding out all the good ones. I'm putting the good ones in a pile, and I'm getting rid of all the bad ones. The bad ones will all probably go back to the backwood line, and if any of the, sorry, I just had some sort of bug on my face, and if any of the squirrels from the trees are brave enough to come down out of the trees and maybe get themselves some half-done peanuts, they're more than welcome to them. So let's see how many peanuts I can actually get out of these plants. There's my pile of nuts that I got from the first few plants that I planted in the first bed that I harvested the other day. I think it's a pretty good haul. I think it would have been better had I only grown 4 or 5 plants right down the center, which is the plan for next year, so that hopefully more of those tendrils get into the ground and I get more peanuts. That's the theory. And yes, I'm going to do this next year because this was pretty fun. Didn't take too long to pull these out off of the plants themselves. I let the plants cure for 2 weeks, and now I'm going to put all these in a bag, take them into the house. Sometime this week I will wash them and then roast them. I've seen instructions on the interwebs that say you can roast them in the shell for 30 to 35 minutes at 300 to 350 degrees, give or take. If you guys have roasted peanuts before or have dealt with raw peanuts, please let me know in those comments below. Do you boil them? Do you roast them? How do you treat your raw peanuts if you've done anything like this before? I think that's going to wrap it up for today. Like I stated earlier in the beginning, this was probably going to be a short video because I kind of wanted to take it easy. It is Sunday as I'm filming this, but don't worry, there will be a video tomorrow, and I think tomorrow I'm going to dig up and move my red hot poker in front of the house. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video, and this way you can follow along with my antics here during my fall blitz. I forget what day we're going to be up to, 8, 9, something like that. I think that's going to wrap it up for today. I'm going to catch you on the next one. Today, I'm going to be digging up and dividing this red hot poker. This red hot poker this year was incredible. It put out some very thick stems and got to about that tall with its flowers. It was absolutely beautiful. Unfortunately, it's a little too big for this space because right behind it, kind of squished, is a hydrangea. You could probably barely see it there. So this red hot poker I'm going to take out, I'm going to dig up and take out, and I'm not sure if I'm going to replant another one here or elsewhere in this front garden, or if I'll just keep all the cuttings together in the greenhouse for the winter. Let's start by digging this up. Now, according to the interwebs, the best time to do this is technically the springtime when the new shoots are coming up, but I'm going to dig it up and I'm going to pull it up now because it's gotten a little too large. And I've done this before where I've pulled the plant out of the ground during the fall, divided it, and either replanted some of it back into the ground and or kept some in the greenhouse over the winter time for ready to be planted out in the following spring. Now I can get away with this because I'm in growing zone 8B and our winters are generally very mild. So as long as the plant, I believe, has time to get its roots into the ground, sort of settled in, then the rest of it should be okay, I think, possibly. If you live in a warm growing zone and you've done this kind of thing before, let me know in the comments below. If you think I'm completely nuts, please leave those comments below. In the meantime, let's get to working on this guy here. I think what I'm going to try first is using a digging fork. In case you didn't know, I really didn't know until recently, actually. A digging fork is like a pitchfork, except it has bigger, stronger, thicker tines versus, let's say, a compost fork or a hay fork, which has longer, thinner tines. Yeah. There we go. That's big. That's very big. Let's take this back over to the greenhouse and see what we can do about dividing it. Before we start dividing that thing, I just wanted to kind of point out this hydrangea here. I don't know the variety. The name eludes me. I might have written down someplace, but you could see sort of this front face is very empty. There's not a lot of leaves. All the growth was going out the back, and that's because you saw that red hot poker was pushing up against this guy. And hopefully, I already see a little small bud. So I think next year it will flush back out into the front, hopefully, and it'll look lovely. And I think whatever I plant here in the front will be something significantly smaller so as not to bully this hydrangea. Okay, so one very large red hot poker. And I can't remember if I had planted it last year or the year before. It must have been the year before or the year before that even. I'd have to probably go back and look at photos and or YouTube. Either way, this thing is massive. The largest red hot poker I have ever grown. If there's a downside to red hot pokers, this would be it, is the fact that it would just keep growing and growing and growing and become a huge mass. I don't think that as it gets older, it flowers less, but if I'm wrong on that, let me know in the comments below. Either way, we're gonna see about what we can do here, because I think there's going to be a lot of plants here. So for instance, just teasing at the edge of this, I have one, so hopefully you guys can see. Here's one, and you can see it's got all of the fixings here for a plant. Hopefully you guys can see this. I do apologize for the light. Here we go. So here we go with one. So we've got a good, I don't know, crown, what do you call that? Base to the plant, and lots of good roots. So that's one. And I'm going to say this clump right here is going to be number 2. So again, good roots, and we got shoots. The other thing I'm going to do to help these plants along, or to minimize transplant shock, is I'm going to cut some of the top growth back. There we go. So now there's just this amount. Now, as with the others that I just pulled up, and this one too, I'm going to pot these up, and then they'll stay in the greenhouse over the winter because they're so small and young and tender. To transplant this into the ground at this point, maybe risking losing it. I think what I'm going to do is chop back a lot of this green growth so it's easier to handle and easier to see how many divisions I can get out of this plant. So now maybe you can get a better idea here of the size of this beast and how dense it is. I don't know where to go from here. What I may wind up doing is taking a shovel and dividing it right down the middle and seeing what happens. Oh, let's see how thick this is. So this piece here, I don't know if you guys will be able to see this, is I think good because we have some leaves and we have roots. Very important. If you've never divided red hot pokers or grown red hot pokers, easy plant, really hardy, and As brutal as it is, as it looks as I'm being to the plant right now, for the most part, I believe most of these divisions will retake and regrow. Now this clump right here only has a few roots, but that's all it needs. And these white-ish leaves, because they were in the center of the plant, they'll start to green up. And really after that initial division, all I'm just doing is pulling it apart. And again, you can see lots of roots. This is a good clump. Here's a tiny one, but we have some, I don't know if this is a rhizome, crown, whatever, and we do have some roots. So again, I will just cut the top leaf back, drop it into the bucket, and hopefully it regrows into a nice lovely plant. This one actually looks pretty good. I mean, that was just half that we did. Here's the other half, quite large. But you can see how some of these pieces just break off quite easily. Now this one, I don't know if you guys will be able to see this, but looks like we cut part of the, I don't know what you'd call this, the rhizome, the crown, whatever. I don't know if this one will take, but we have good roots and we have some leaves. So I'm just going to cut it back and I'll pot it up and we'll see. Oh boy, I may have to hit this with the shovel again. There we go. All right, this is new growth coming up right here. New leaves pushing up. So this one is obviously good. And when I plant it, these will get partially covered. And if I'm not mistaken, right here is yet even more new growth coming up. So now that one plant is divided into, I don't know how many. So let's do a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 16, 25, 34, 38, and 39. And it looks like we're ending on an even number, 40. So out of one plant, it looks like I have 40 different plants. If I had divided the plant into quarters, leaving larger clumps, I would probably replant one of those larger clumps or all of those larger clumps back into the ground, because even with a hard freeze or frost, chances are the interior of the plant would be safer and survive and thrive versus the exterior. But because I divided it this way, each of these will be getting potted up and then kept in the greenhouse over the winter, so their roots grow out and they get to harden up a little bit. They won't do much growing in the greenhouse. They also won't suffer from any cold or damp. They'll be kept relatively moistish and they'll be warmer in the greenhouse. And then next spring, I have to find a home for 40. If 40 plants do survive until next spring, I have to find a home for 40 plants. I have a neighbor that may want a dozen, maybe. Doubtful she'll take a dozen. That's a lot of plants out of one. Now I have other red hot pokers around the garden. I have a couple in the rose garden and a few over in the flower garden, and all those were grown from one plant. I believe I took one plant with me from New York, and when it got to an appropriate size after being here for a year or two, I then divided it into further plants and so on. So I don't know if I'll be keeping all of these. Maybe. So if you guys have any ideas what to do with 40 red hot pokers, please leave those comments below. And most assuredly, next year I'll be digging up more, because I have some in the garden that will at that point be large enough to divide again. Don't ask me what variety this is. It might be something like Red Torch. Don't know off the top of my head. I think I only ever bought 2. One was Lucky Girl or something. It's a white and green variety. And this one is the orange-red one, so it might be something like Red Torch or something. I honestly don't know. I've lost the name a long time ago. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Click that. Yes, I'm telling them. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video. This way you can follow along with my gardening antics, see what I'm up to tomorrow, which I actually have no idea what I'm up to tomorrow. And tomorrow might be day 10 or 11 of I think it's day 10 of my 30-day Blitz challenge. So if you look at the camera, you gotta look at the camera, look at the camera, there you go, look at the camera. No, she's terrible, never work with animals. But she would much appreciate it if you did subscribe. And if you'd be so kind, please check out all the links below. That's going to wrap it up for today. I'm not going to bore you with potting up those guys, but I will catch you on the next one. For any and all new subscribers, thank you for joining me here in my garden. In case you didn't know, Many of you probably already know, but I'm going to say it anyways.
Don't you do it!
My name is Jason and I'm growing a garden here in eastern North Carolina, growing zone 8B. The garden is approximately 2 acres. It has grown. I'll talk about that in a future date. And where we're standing right now is the vegetable garden. And behind me, I have 2 things going on. One, the last sunflower. And right now there's a couple of bees enjoying the center there. Sophie found a piece of, I think this was a zinnia stem. Go get your stick. There you go. So she found something to go chew on. I still have a lot of cleanup here to do in the vegetable garden, as well as many other places here around the garden itself. But right behind me here, I have my golden ticket privet that I'm using to create a hedge here over in the rose garden. And we'll go over there and take a look in a second. So show you the height of this hedge, which is, I want it to be here. So today, I'm going to give it a bit of a haircut. Now it is still warm out and the privet may wind up putting on new growth, but last year, because it's semi-deciduous, I believe, here in 8B, it did lose a lot of its leaves, so no harm, no foul, and it bounced back in the spring very readily. In fact, this is the second time I'm trimming it. So this is the only downside to this plant, golden ticket privet. It's probably the same thing with many other privets, that you have to trim it so often. On the upside, it grows incredibly fast and it creates a beautiful thick hedge. So let me stop talking and let's go over to the rose garden. This is probably this is the oldest bed here in the rose garden. The rose garden is an ongoing project, as is much of my garden. Hopefully next year I'll be starting on the other side. And as you can see, we go down towards the front, but right along the back there is the golden ticket privet. It's put on a ton of new growth since, I'm trying to remember when I last trimmed it. It might have been early summer, maybe, or midsummer. It's just fast growing. Right here in front of you, there's a Mr. Lincoln rose. I've got salvias and there's red hot pokers in here and more roses. And then there's quite a few spiders floating about. I have a lot of these little spiders. I believe they're called orchard spiders. They're not very big and they're not poisonous. They're just really annoying and I don't like the touch of spider webs. Ugh. Also, looking around here, this is another project that I have to take care of, which is trying to clean up the beds and getting rid of a lot of these weeds, as well as trimming, and it's a lot of things that need to be done in here, but we're not going to do that right now. Right now, we're going to start trimming these. So let's get to it. Okay, so the goal on this side is to eventually allow the privet to go through the fence, and then I will trim it to within a few inches of the fence itself, but it'll bury the fence, it'll make the fence disappear. And I'm already doing that. You may have seen me, I don't know if it's going to be in the final edit, but pull some of the branches through. Again, I want the privet to come through, and then I'll probably trim it to within the fence. These fence posts can be visible, but I don't want the wire fencing to be visible. The other thing that I thought about as I was trimming this was, I think the new height of this shrub next year will be the height of these posts, And the reason being is because as I was trimming along here, trying to get it close to or the same height as this fence, I was clipping the fence every once in a while. Not really damaging to the hedge trimmer itself. This is relatively thin wire, but it's not something I want to keep repeating, obviously. So I think I'll grow to the height of this fence post, which is, let's say 4 feet 6 inches. There you go. If you needed a number, there's your number. But I think that's what I'll do. So this is mostly levelish. It's good enough for me now. Again, I will let this grow up because I really do think, the new level to be the height of the fence posts. Not that one down there, it's a little too high, but the rest of these. So I will let this grow another 4 inches next spring, and then I'll give it another cut. As long as it stays relatively flat in the future, I will be happy with it. I know there are some professional hedge people out there or more experienced gardeners who do things like guidelines and all sorts of other stuff, and maybe I will do that in the future. But for now, this is good. This hedge is still growing. It's still taking shape. As you can see, it's about 2 feet deep, which is what I've always wanted. It leaves me about roughly a 2 foot walkway because this bed is 12 feet deep. All the beds in the rose garden will be approximately 12 feet deep except for the back bed. And we'll get to that when we get to that in 2 to 3 years. This is a 2 foot walkway, and that's so I can take care of the bushes and also take care of the roses, especially, for instance, this one right here. I have no idea what it is, but it is getting sort of massively overgrown since the deer have not been nibbling on it. I still need to come back through and obviously clean up the mess that I've made today. And the hedge, hopefully next year, will start looking more complete, especially at the other end. Let me show you that real quick. I gotta take care of my climbing rose too. Maybe that'll be one of our videos for the 30-day Blitz challenge. But either way, hopefully down here you could see I have new golden ticket privets that I've planted up, I think it was last year. They're already about a foot tall or so. Next year I expect them to be at least this high. So I figure 2.5 feet tall, if not taller. Privet grows pretty quickly, and it'll be at the height of the fence within, let's say, 3 years at least. The hedge will, again, go all the way down to the end of the rose garden here, and then it's going to go all along the front. And hopefully you could see some of these golden tickets. Some of them are quite small. This year hasn't been a great year for their growth due to the lack of rain, but they're growing, and the bigger they get, the more roots they put out, the more moisture they'll absorb, the faster they'll grow. I'm thinking that's kind of the way that works, maybe. There's a bunch of messy roses behind me here. Don't look. Eventually right here will also be another roughly 4.5 foot hedge, 2 feet deep, just like you saw over there. And that will be the front face of the rose garden. And then enjoy the rose garden, which will be one day fully enclosed, like many of the other rooms here in the garden itself. So that's it for today. This is probably going to be a short video once I get done editing it down. If you guys have any questions or comments, please leave them below. I already see a few branches here that I have to do some touch up on, and obviously I have to clean up all the cuttings that I created. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do tomorrow. Maybe we'll work on the climbing rose. Maybe we'll be planting some bulbs. I don't know yet. I'll make up my mind sometime tonight and or in the morning. Until then, I'm going to catch you guys later. Today, well, we're going to be doing something I didn't expect to be doing, and that's planting something newish. It's a plant I've grown here before. It's a plant that I really like, and I didn't expect to be buying it today, but I bought it today, and so I think I'm going to plant it today, and this way hopefully you can get a good rooting in before those winter freezes and colds, and this way hopefully come next spring it survives the winter and it just looks incredible and fabulous. And that is Gara. Yes, I know. I've grown Gara before here. Nothing exciting. For those of you who remember, I have whirling butterflies Gara. I planted that earlier this year. I did a couple of trim backs and it's reflowered several times and it looks absolutely wonderful. In fact, actually, it looks like it's getting done with this last flowering, and maybe that's the last flowering for the year. This variety is called Bellaza Dark Pink Gara. It's an upright perennial, spacing 4 to 16 feet. It gets to about 20 inches high. It's not hardy in zones 1 through 5. I don't have that problem. I'm in zone 8B. And it says keep moist first year. And yeah, so that's it. This is the plant. Let's see if we can bring it closer for you so you guys can see it. That looks pretty nice. All three I grabbed. I grabbed these from Lowe's, happened to be there for other reasons. Was not, like I said, expecting to make this purchase. And forgive the sun and the lighting, it's getting close to the end of the day here. But I'm going to plant all three right in here. Let me show you. Hopefully this will all be in shot, so we'll put one maybe closer to the back. Maybe one about there. There's a zinnia here, which, I'm sorry zinnia, you gotta go. It breaks my heart because it was flowering, but yeah, it's gotta go. And we're gonna do the next one there. So sort of a curve for this clump here of the whirling butterflies. And I think this will look nice. Now I am gonna do something behind these, which I'll talk to you about in a moment after I get done planting these. But what do you guys think? I think this is a nice little drift right here. You got the whirling butterflies, and then again the Bella's dark pink Gara. I played with these Garas in a couple other locations here in the garden, and I just didn't like them wherever they were. They just didn't seem to fit or click. And here, they just seem to work. So, drop these into the ground. Here they are, again, the whirling butterflies and the Bella's something dark pink Gara. I do kind of like this. I think those two might be a little too close in this one, but you know, they're still young plants, so theoretically, hopefully next year they all sort of start meshing together just a little bit as they grow a little bit larger. There's still some space right here for me to plant some sort of annual if I want, or something else. Who knows, maybe I'll wind up propagating one of these lovely Garas. I think what I'm going to do is right behind this group right here is plant something else, and that is 3 summer drummer alliums. And this way in the late spring, early summer, theoretically, they should be popping up and just flowering their little heads off. It'll add height to this little section right here of the flower garden. If you've never planted bulbs before, if you're new to gardening, when you plant a bulb, the general rule of thumb for any bulb is twice the depth of the bulb. Read the instructions. The bulbs are easy to plant. And of course, when you plant the bulb, look for the bottom of the bulb. It's usually the thing with the little hairs on the bottom. That would be your roots from last year. Plant that down, and sometimes, depending upon the bulb, there'll be a pointy side, and that goes up. That's where the flower will come out of. Not always. Some bulbs are completely spherical, so always look for that flattish part of the bulb where the little hairs come out. Again, those are the roots from the previous year. I'm going to take one of these babies, and I'm going to tuck it right there. Take another of the babies. So I'm sort of tucking them kind of in between these guys here. And maybe we put one all the way up here. There we go. If the bulbs take, great. If the bulbs don't take, it's not the end of the world. The babies, that is. I would really prefer the main bulbs that I'm planting here today take. So theoretically, next spring, hopefully, or late spring, early summer, there are 3 massive stalks right here with nice big heads on them. Summer drummers get up to about 6 foot tall, which is why I like them. I really like that height. I had some in the first part of the flower garden that I did years ago, and they kind of seem to peter out. Let me cover these bulbs here with some compost. Okay. And cover back up with mulch. And as always, don't forget to water. So, as I said in the beginning of this video, it is getting late in the day, and this project is going to wrap it up for today. If you guys have any questions, comments, etc., please leave them below. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video, and this way you can keep following along as I do my 30-day fall blitz, as I'm trying to get a lot of things done and accomplished here in the garden. There's still so much to do. I have no idea what we're going to do tomorrow. Maybe more bulb planting, or maybe taking care of the climbing rose in the rose garden. I don't know quite yet. So hit that subscribe button, and I'm going to catch you on the next one. Today I'm going to start my bulb planting. And this year I didn't purchase a lot of bulbs. And when I mean a lot of bulbs, I mean, oh, I don't know, anywhere from, let's say, 100 to infinity. That would be a lot of bulbs. There are some gardeners out there, i.e. Laura Garden Answer, who has an extensive budget, and she literally plants thousands of bulbs every year, and it's absolutely beautiful display all around her garden. And if I had an unlimited budget, I would probably purchase a lot of bulbs. Maybe not thousands, but a lot of bulbs. I'm also somewhat limited because of things like the deer. They do like to eat certain plants, and I think one of them is crocus. I absolutely love crocus. If I'm wrong about this, please leave those comments below, but I'm pretty sure deer eat crocus, and I love crocus. And one of the dreams I have is I would love to cover either the front lawn or section of lawn someplace on the property, out in the garden, with just a swath of crocus, maybe in the orchard. Maybe imagine a 50-foot by 50-foot swath of crocus just all coming up in the springtime. But I'm pretty confident that would be absolutely mowed down by the deer. So that's not going to happen, sadly. And the other thing I can't grow due to the weather, the fact that we don't get that cold here in eastern North Carolina, is tulips. I can't do tulips. The ground, again, just doesn't get cold enough. The air doesn't get cold enough for tulips to do their thing. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe tulips are native to the foothills of the Himalayas. So that should give you an idea how cold they can take and tolerate and grow and thrive. And I have purchased other bulbs. I have purchased daffodils and a few other things, which I'll leave as a surprise to you guys. But one of the things that I purchased this year, since I can't grow tulips, is wild tulips. Yes, I don't know how closely related they are to actual tulips, but the bulbs are much smaller. I don't know if that'll show up on camera there. They're much smaller, and they can take the warm weather here. And I have a variety of types here. So that's what we're going to do today. We are going to go out into the garden, the flower garden, and plant them up. Let's go plant them. The first bag I'm going to do is just reaching in and grabbing one randomly here. This is Persian Pearl, wild tulip. And I got a bag of 15 here. And I'm gonna plant it right in here. Now I have, believe it or not, pineapple lily. Foolish me, I just keep planting the stuff out here, and the deer keep mowing the leaves back. And I have, of course, the canna, and then there's some iris here. All these I've purchased are from American Meadows. I don't know if they still have any left, or if you can grow them in your area, or if you'd like to. Let's see. There are some instructions. It says growing zones 3 to 8. So maybe you can grow them in your area, if you'd like. If you don't already grow them, I'm going to drop 3 right in here. I have a total of 15 in this bag. I'm using a shovel because these are very small, and there we go. And to use a actual bulb planter to me is a little silly. If you've started planting bulbs, let me know in the comments below. If you haven't started planting bulbs, let me know in those comments below. If you think we're going to do a bit of a drift right here. We're going to move on to the next planting. Okay, so right here on the other side of the lilies, so we planted those on the one side. Here's the other side. I think I'm going to do a little cluster right in here. We did Persian Pearl, so why not Lilac Wonder? If you're wondering why I have grass in my beds, this is some sort of weird wild garlic thing that's going on here. It comes up in the fall and the spring, and then it disappears. The bulbs are very far down in the ground, and when you try to pull them out by the leaves instantly break off, leaving the bulb underneath. So it's a difficult thing that I have to deal with, but not the end of the world. I'm going to dump the whole bag there because it's a little easier to deal with. Now, in case you're not familiar with wild tulips, they grow 4 to 6 inches tall. So they're not terribly tall. They're not like an actual tulip that can grow a foot or so. These guys are half the height. The flowers are quite small. Let me position my plant tag, make sure I can read it. All right, so hopefully in the spring, we get a nice little drift right here of Lilac Wonder. Right here in this little dead area is where I'm going to do the next bunch. I have a half dead / eaten zinnia, so we're gonna, sorry Mr. Zinnia, get rid of that guy. Got a few weeds here, I'm gonna yank them. Another weed, ow. Right over here is Dutch Master Daffodil, allegedly, and there was some Prairie Sun Rudbeckia over here. The Prairie Sun didn't do well, it didn't fare well. Some of the flowers had gone to seed, I shook them off. I don't know if anything will pop back up, but there's nothing right here. So I'm thinking this is a good location for me to turn around and plant. Oh, and the soil is absolutely lovely here. This ground is some of the oldest in the garden. It's probably 2 to 3 years old now. And all I did was put down the cardboard on top of it and then put my compost, store-bought compost on top of that. It has since broken down, rotted down. I'm actually below ground level right now and I'm just starting to hit that loamy clay, maybe 2 to 3 inches down, which is a huge improvement. And I think that over time, this area will get yet even better as the soil gets continuously amended to. I don't know if I mentioned this already, this is peppermint stick tulip. Cover back up with soil, pull that mulch back, and peppermint stick is done. Now I do have 1 bag left of Lilac Wonder, and I'm wondering, this corner here of the driveway's right over there. You can enter the flower garden from the driveway there. There was something else here. I think it was an English daisy, and it just rotted away and died. Don't know why. It could have been just the rains, but either way, this corner is very bare and vacant. And I'm going to drop these after I get some of these weeds out. Drop this Lilac Wonder right in here into this corner. Cover back up with soil. I'm actually going to just toss in a little bit of fresh compost, sprinkle it right on top here. And I'll probably come back later in the year and or next spring and mulch over this area. And I'll probably do it this winter. There's some raggedy looking snapdragons and a few other plants that I have to clean up in here. I have yet to do a lot of my flower garden cleanup. There's still that to look forward to. So that's it for my bulb planting today. But we're just starting. As I mentioned earlier in the video, I have a lot more bulbs to plant. There's daffodils, and there's a bunch of other surprises which I'm not going to give away right now. And if you're thinking about gardening, now would actually be a fantastic time. Go grab yourself a bag of bulbs, real cheap from whatever vendor you could find out on the interwebs, or maybe even your local garden center if they're clearancing them out. Stick them in the ground, walk away, that's it. That's all you have to do. Oh, Mother Nature does the rest. And then come the springtime, with a little luck, all those bulbs will pop up, giving you some beautiful flowers. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad deal. Like I said, bulbs are really easy, real simple. So simple, Sophie here could plant them. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video. This way you can follow along with my antics here in the garden to see if anything I've planted will actually grow. See if those bulbs will pop up. See what bulbs I'm planting next. I think that's about it for today. What do you think, Sophie? Oh, she wants to go chase things. With that, I'll catch you on the next one. This was a video I was going to save for a rainy day, but instead, well, I'm doing it now. Today we're talking about concrete edging. And this was something I touched on a while ago. I think I did a little bit of a video on it, but I said I needed to learn more and build up my skills before I came back to you guys and said, this is what you can and should and shouldn't do, that kind of jazz. So first I'm going to do a little bit of basics. I think generally, and I know I have in the past, we've used the word cement and concrete as the same thing, sort of, just using them in the same context. I have a cement walkway, I have a concrete walkway, but there is actually a difference. Cement is, think of it as the glue that holds all of the aggregate, which can be sand, rocks, pebbles, that kind of thing, together to make concrete. So cement is the glue, concrete is the finished product. So with that being said, let me just touch on the next thing, which is molds. I stumbled across, I think I mentioned this in my previous video that I talked about this, and I'm starting to make my own molds now for concrete edging. The reason I'm doing this is because down here in Eastern North Carolina, growing zone 8B, wood rots down here so quickly. So right now I have wood timbers all around my flower garden. And then again, in a few areas around the garden, I have no edging at all. Now, I could theoretically do the trench method of edging, where you take your spade and you just basically cut a little trench out along your flower bed. I could do that, except I have these, what do they call it? Centipede grass, Bermuda grass, crab grass. I call it garbage. And it grows very quickly down here in the summertime. So I would have to be re-edging all of my edges every, I don't know, week. It just goes like this. In New York, I was doing the cut edging, and I probably once a month I'd go back, do a little touch up, little here and there. And if you keep on top of it, it's fine. But I also didn't have the kind of grass nor the growth of the grass that I have here in Eastern North Carolina. So I needed something that's going to hold up to the elements and last me quite a long time. And I started doing metal edging in the rose garden, and now I'm actually second guessing whether I should continue with that or not. It's the Corten steel. It looks nice, but it is expensive. It is very expensive. To do my whole flower garden in that would just be to finish the rose garden is going to be very cost prohibitive, and to do the flower garden is almost probably talking, I mean, I'm ballparking right now, but maybe $5,000 to $6,000 just to do my entire flower garden, which is astronomical. And I could be short on that number. It could actually be more because, again, the steel Corten edging, at least the brand that I like and I've been buying, is very expensive. So I needed another solution. And one night, stumbling on the internet, I found molds. So plastic molds that you can use to make your own garden edging. And the first one actually I stumbled across was this black one. And this makes this edging. Some of you may have recognized this edging from a YouTube community post I'd put up. I may have touched on it in the other video that I did about the concrete, not sure. FYI, this video, along with any other videos I do with the concrete work, will be in a playlist called Concrete. So if you want to go catch up or watch the whole series, you can, because there'll be other videos on this stuff. Anywho, this is actually dyed. I used a pigment on this, so this is obviously terracotta color. And I'm going to use a bunch of these over in the vegetable garden to edge around certain plants over there. And when I go to do that, I'll bring you guys along for that. And then there's different styles. This one right here, you can see hopefully, has got like a leaf pattern on it. There are some that have various vines, animals. I saw one with fish on it. I thought that was kind of neat. And of course, there's other fun things you could do with concrete. I actually found some molds where you can make some pot feet. So here's an unpainted, what they call a Victorian heart. Things like this will be going up on the Etsy store probably in the next few weeks. I also did some painted frogs. So here's some frog feet. So I did 2 different shades of green, and then I covered them with a high gloss glaze. So they look kind of neat. They too will be going up on the Etsy store. The other thing that I started playing with, and which will show up on the Etsy store hopefully soon, is bunny. These are fun to make. I'm going to have a couple of these in my garden, and over time I'll probably have a few other statuary, because I think the statuary is just something else that adds to the garden. So with all that being said, what we're here for today is I'm going to show you how you too can make your very own edging if you want to add to your garden. Quick note on this edging. This is pretty much all you would see above ground, and there are matching pieces that would go with this to finish the ends. I bought this off of a website. This is not sponsored. History Stones, I believe. There's a couple of different websites. I'm going to list them below in the description, so if you want, you can go check that out and then decide if you actually want to go out and buy your own molds to make your own edging for the garden. And it's just a fun thing to do. And in the wintertime, I think this would be a really fun project to do when you can't go outside due to the snow and that kind of stuff. So this is a nice indoor project. Make yourself a bunch of stones, and then as the weather warms up, you can go outside, stick these into the ground, add a little something to your garden. So enough of that prattling. Let me show you how to prepare your mold, and then we're gonna mix some concrete to put in the molds. Here I have what they call the Gothic arch mold. So what you're gonna do on the inside of this is you're gonna put what they call a mold release. And that's a generic term for a ton of different chemicals and things that basically allow the plastic to separate from the concrete that much easier. My first pour ever, I did not use any mold release. The plastic did release from the concrete. It took a little bit of wiggling and jiggling, but it did. So that was great. But I've learned since that if you do just add a little bit of mold release, then it detaches that much quickly. What I'm using here is just a little bit of vegetable oil that I put into a spray bottle. You don't need to put it into a spray bottle, but the spray bottle sort of helps distribute it a little bit. I've learned from a little bit of experience now that one of the best ways to spread it in this kind of situation where you have some texture is just take a old paintbrush and just use it to sort of paint it into all the textury spots. Real easy, not hard. Then what I like to do is and you don't have to use an old paintbrush. Again, this is just what I do. You could just use a paper towel. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to wipe up all of the excess, because all you want is a very, very fine sheen on here. So I'm just wiping this down now. My paper towel is it's soaked up quite a bit of oil. This is okay. I want it to soak up as much oil as possible. The reason being is that when you go to pour, if there's oil left in here, it will create weak spots and blemishes in the concrete, which you don't want. And then you're going to also want to wipe around the edges. Now, it may be showing shiny right now in the camera. I do apologize if it's difficult to see. But that, again, all you want is the finest little sheen on here. And then this will help. In other applications, if you're, say, doing latex, you're going to want to use a different type of mold release, and I can talk more about that in the future. Or if you're doing a silicone, you would do a different type of mold release. But vegetable oil is a safe inert product basically for this. If you Google doing this kind of thing on YouTube, you'll see people use WD-40 or even motor oil. I ran across quite a few videos. Some people in Vietnam who were making cement pots and they were using motor oil, and it's not the end of the world. It's just probably it's not an environmentally safe product, obviously, and vegetable oil is super duper duper cheap. I bought this for like $2, maybe $3, and I've barely used any of it, and I have still quite a bit left over in the spray bottle. So just a little bit goes a very long way. Let's go mix up some concrete to pour into these molds. First thing we're gonna do, I'm going to use a 50-pound bag of high-strength concrete. This was the cheapest at my Lowe's. I think this was about $3 a bag. And we're going to see how many molds we can make out of one 50-pound bag. I have 4 molds ready to go. We're going to find out. So I'm just going to bust this open. Ooh. This is concrete. So it already has pre-mixed into it cement, stone, sand, and maybe even some lime, depends upon the manufacturer and how they formulate their stuff. But as the bag said, this is high strength concrete. Now we get to the fun part, mixing. There's a couple of different ways you can mix it. I'm going to be mixing by hand today. And what you can do is add a little water. Now this is a very, very important part. You don't want very soupy concrete. And just add a little bit more. You can see how dry it is. And if you want, and you probably should, go watch a bunch of other videos, and I'll leave links to a couple of channels that I've been watching below. And they'll talk about mixing the cement, because these are people who have a lot more experience than I do, and how you have to be careful when you're mixing it. Because again, you want to avoid the soup. Water, too much water weakens concrete. Some people will use a hoe to mix the concrete, or power tools, such as a drill with a mixer attachment. So now you can see how it's probably just a little too loose. There's probably just a little too much water in here. But this is okay. If you've worked with concrete before, please leave those messages below. But I think this is going to work for us. Now, as I mentioned a second ago, too much water weakens the concrete. But we're not walking on the edging tiles that we're doing today. So if the bag said 4,000 PSI and your mix is a little too moist, like maybe this is, then maybe you'll only get 3,000 PSI. That's pounds per square inch. We're not walking on the tiles, so this should do just fine. Okay, now for the fun part. So I have 4 oiled molds ready to go. So we're gonna take some, and we're gonna ladle it in. This is important. You wanna start shaking and vibrating it into place. So you can see my mold isn't that full. I'm gonna start tapping it. If you don't do this step, what's gonna happen is your finished piece is gonna look like this. So it's very important, and start vibrating it or tapping it. And it's gonna start releasing air bubbles because there's air in the concrete. And it's easiest to do when it's only a quarter to half full. And then you can finish filling the mold. If you want, stop periodically. Give it a shake, a tap. Word of note, this plastic isn't the thickest in the world. It's not really thin, but it's not super thick. So really be careful when you're handling the edges here because they can break and snap. The other thing you can do is just tap along the edges. Here are some of the air bubbles that I was just mentioning. And if we tap, you might see some of them starting to rise up. Another scoop or two. Grab my next one. Okay, so there's only a little left in the mixing bowl here, in the mixing container. So there's not enough to do a 4th mold. But I will show you what I do with that little extra bit. Now, as I mentioned earlier, you could use those pot feet molds to make some pot feet. If you have another small mold, you can do that. One of the things I like to do, I like to put it in these little cheap bowls that I got from IKEA. I think there was like $1 for like 6 bowls. Doesn't have to be perfect. There we go. Shaking it down. And in the end, what I will get is a product like this. And I can use this as a pot foot. So I can put it underneath pots to elevate them off the ground. I could use this to hold as a weight to hold down weed fabric. And you guys have seen where I use weed fabric around the yard. So it's just, you're not really wasting the concrete, but you are going to put it to some use. You can see all the air bubbles because I did not vibrate this. But again, for what this is going to be used for, it's perfectly fine. And now for the most important part, cleanup. Now I just cleaned out, obviously I cleaned my tool and I cleaned out the trough here. And yeah, I just dumped whatever little excess was right here. It's really not going to impact the grass here because my grass, it grows through stone. So I'm not really worried about that. Also, there's gravel underneath all this grass here, so I'm really not impacting this area. But you probably don't want to do this on your driveway if you like your driveway, or maybe out in the street. That, you know, may not be a good thing. So, but if you can find a good place to clean this out, maybe in a corner of your yard or something along those lines, then by all means, just go ahead, give you this. You just want to make sure that you give this a rinse. Do want to touch a second on the tools I used today. This trough here, this is $8 from Lowe's. This is really cheap. You can probably find it the same price at Home Dopey. You could also mix this in a wheelbarrow. If you have a wheelbarrow you don't mind washing out, that's up to you. For smaller batches, I have this little bucket, this little pail here. I think I also got this from IKEA for like $1, but you can go to probably a Dollar General or Dollar Store and pick up something similar to mix your cement in. And then last but not least, I bought this little, oh God, why am I drawing a trowel? I bought this little trowel. No, I'm getting old. Birthday's in like a week or so. This is not good. But I bought this little trowel off of, I think it came as a 2-pack off of Amazon for like $10, $13, something like that. So as long as I keep washing it and taking care of it, it'll last me hopefully for quite a few years. And that was really it. I hand mixed it. I didn't go out and spend a lot of money on tools and things like that. You don't need to spend a whole lot of money. The molds I used today range $20 or so. I think I got a 4-pack for $60 from, again, History Stones. I'll leave those links below. But one of those plastic molds, if you do take care of it, should last you many, 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 many pourings. But you have to take care of it, and you have to clean out your molds when you're done. And I just mentioned a second ago about cleaning out your molds, and here's a good example of a mold that I have not cleaned out. You may see some red residue in there, and that is from the concrete that I poured in there. And if I go ahead and pour into this mold again, and again, let me see if I can find you a good spot here, maybe on the upper edge, if that'll focus. Yeah, there we go. See all that red residue right there? If I went ahead and poured mix into this today, what's going to happen is it's going to leave indentations into the new pour, and then when you release it may not release as smoothly, or when you do release it, you'll have little divots in your piece there. And you really don't want that. You want your molds, your pieces to look as nicely as possible. If you live in a northern climate, I would suggest highly that you seal your concrete. And all that does is, because even when concrete is dry, it's still a porous material. So if you have a concrete walkway or a concrete driveway and you ever see it get wet and then it just sort of evaporates, that's not, part of that is water evaporating off the surface, but part of it is the concrete just soaking up that moisture. So you want to seal your concrete, and the reason being in the mainly northern climates where you can get freezes and hard freezes, is water will get in between in the little nooks and crannies, and eventually ice expands, cracks your concrete. It may just be a little chip or divot, but over time it could be something significantly more. So you're going to want to seal your concrete, and there's tons of videos about that, and I'll probably do a video about that in the future. And here's one of the pieces that we did yesterday. Just gently tug on the edges. All right, and then we're going to flip it over gently. And just like that, because we had done the oiling, it's popped right out. and I only see 2, maybe 3 little air bubbles. So I did a good job vibrating this. I think I've bored you guys enough. If you found this video useful, or if you like this video, please hit the like button and hit that subscribe button, because I'll be doing more videos about this in the future. It's not the main focus of the channel. The channel is gardening, but I'm building pieces to go out into the garden. And again, I'll be showing you guys me putting in the edging and where I'm putting in the edging, and hopefully what that will look like in the future. I hope. With all that being said, I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Hello and welcome back to my garden. Before we get started with this 2-minute video, because I'm going to try to make this video 2 minutes just for giggles, I wanted to remind you guys that if you go over to Epic Gardening right now and buy anything in their store, you can save an additional 10% off on anything in their store using the code GROWING. Go over to Epic Gardening, get yourself a seed starting tray, maybe some garlic bulbs if they still have some left, flower seeds, whatever you'd like. All right, on with today's 2-minute video. Today, I'm gonna be planting up something I've never grown before. I've never tried to grow before either. And that is foxtail lily, bungee yellow foxtail lily. If you guys have grown foxtail lily before, please leave those comments below, let me know. But if you haven't, this is what it's supposed to look like. And this is what the bulb looks like when it's fully mature. And strangely enough, it is called a bulb, but it's this crazy looking thing. So planted very, very shallow, only a couple of inches deep. You're supposed to space them. I only have one today, but if I were to plant more, they'd be spaced about 12 to 18 inches apart, which, considering the size of the bulb, is probably a pretty good idea. It blooms in early summer. It can get up to, it says 96 inches. It's 96 inches, 6 feet. This is what it looks like close up. So you can see how it looks, mine looks right now close up. This one has obviously been in storage for some period of time, but you can see the bulb there in the center. And it's funny because it's shipped in this huge bag. Apparently it also loves free draining soil. So what I've done is I've gotten some pebbles and grit here, and I'm just gonna sort of mix them into, this is where the Mexican sunflower was that didn't grow very successfully. So I'm just gonna mix that really in to help create a free draining, to help create the free draining soil. We're gonna pull a little bark in there too. I think I'm just gonna add a little bit more compost. And now for the planting. So again, they don't want the bulb that deep, so we're just gonna do that. Pull just a little bit of compost back over, and we're done. I have this stake here because it does say plant in a wind sheltered place. And I don't know if you guys can tell from all the grass seed that's blowing around me currently, but it can get a little windy here. So hopefully if this does grow and it does put it on a very tall stalk, I'll tie that stalk off to this piece of rebar. Eventually there will be a hedge right here as well as in the front, and that should provide a natural windbreak. But until then, hopefully this piece of rebar acting as a stake does the job, and hopefully that little bulb grows into a beautiful foxtail lily next year. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post up a new video, and this way you can follow along with my misadventures and see if this foxtail lily actually does grow next spring, or any of the other plants I have here around the garden. That's going to wrap it up for today. I'm going to catch you on the next one. Today I'm going to start on the topiary garden. Now, I mentioned this briefly in another video before, and in case you were wondering, I'm standing here in front of my dahlias, which is part of the flower garden, but down by the yellow bucket over there, that's where I'm going to put the topiary garden. The topiary garden is going to be 30 feet wide, and it's going to be about, oh, I don't know, I'll put the measurement here on the screen if I remember. And it will be surrounded by hedges. So I'm going to have in the front 4-foot tall hedging, and I don't know if I'll have any at the, let's call it the break between the topiary garden and what will eventually become the grass borders, which is another project that might come next year. But inside the topiary garden, I'm going to have just simple balls or boxes or cones. I'm not sure which. I'm going to go with a simple shape, and the reason being is maintenance and upkeep. I'm also not going to do any sort of fancy edging, nothing like that. It's just going to be very basic, very simple. Thought about what I could use to make all those topiary and the hedges in the front. And I thought one day as I was walking past, what about these lovely shrubs? Now, in case you're wondering, these are not box shrubs. No, this is Japanese holly. I accidentally planted Japanese holly here because I wanted a 4-foot tall hedge of boxwood. And I didn't know enough at the time, and I mistook these for boxwoods, and they're not really boxwoods, they're hollies, and they really look like boxwoods. The difference being is that if you look up really close, the edges of the leaves aren't smooth. They're not rounded smooth like a boxwood. And I could leave these here, but the problem being is that they do get quite massive. I have them in front of the house. In case you haven't seen those videos, go back and watch some of my front of house videos where I work on the garden beds there in front of the house, and you'll see the boxwoods in the back. And they do take up, they grow quite large. I'm letting a couple get up to about 6 foot, and some of them are easily 4 to 5 feet across. They're quite large. So here I sort of planted them too close, again, thinking that they might have been boxwoods, but they weren't, they were hollies. The upside is, these have already quite a few years of growth on them. So, with all that being said, let me start digging. There's one out of the ground. I know all this looks like a hot mess, and you're probably thinking I'm insane, and what am I doing, and oh my God. This whole bed, this whole dahlia bed, as I've mentioned in previous videos, so if any of you haven't watched any of my previous videos, please go back and watch those previous videos, but this whole bed is coming out this year. I don't have to dig up my dahlias here in growing zone 8B. I just normally have to mulch over them just to keep them safe from frosts and freezes. So they're all going to be coming up this year, and it's because I want to redo this entire bed. There are things about this space that I don't like with the dahlias, and many of these dahlias have been in the ground for 3 years at least. So I'm going to dig them all up, divide what I can, and then replant in the late spring, early summer, once the dahlias all look like they're ready to go. So this whole bed is going to get turned over, basically. So once I dig the dahlias up out of the ground and I put them away, whatever is not turned over due to me naturally digging up the tubers, I will turn over with a shovel, and then I may wind up covering this whole area with weed fabric to suppress any and all weeds during the winter time. Let's go see which of the Japanese hollies I'm planting and where I'm planting them. Okay, so I am standing in what I like to refer to as the Grand Walkway because it's 20 feet wide, over 200 feet long. It's the sort of the center point, or the center of the garden itself. Behind you guys, I have the vegetable garden, I have the rose garden. You just saw where we were over by the flower garden, and this is going to be the topiary garden. Down by the street is where I'll have the grass borders, and I will touch on that more next year when I get ready to start working on that space. Here is going to be the front hedge. And so here's what I'm thinking for this space. Since it's 30 feet wide, what I'm thinking is we're going to do 10 feet off of the flower garden, have a 10-foot entrance, and then another 10 feet over to the end of the space, right? So again, 30 feet, so we're gonna have 10 foot of shrub, 10 foot opening, 10 foot of space. Inside, and if I remember, I'll put maybe a drawing up because I do have a basic drawing of what the space is gonna look like. I'm gonna have anywhere from 6 to 8 shrubs, but I wanted to start creating this hedge here because it'll take some time for these guys to get settled and into the ground. It'll also solve the problem of me having these over in the dahlia garden because, again, they are the wrong plant for that spot. I wanted boxwoods in that spot, so that's fine. So I get to move them, plant these guys now while it's relatively cool yet warm enough that they should all be able to get a good rooting in, and it'll help define the Grand Walkway yet even more. So hopefully when I'm done, and when you look at this, you can then again see more of that definition. And if not this year, you'll definitely see it more next year as all of these plants that I've mentioned today just get that much bigger. So first things first, where's my 10-foot mark? Ha! All right, it's right there. Let's see, 10 feet. They could each grow to about 5 feet. I think I'm going to do them dense, so I'm going to do 3 on each side. The other thing I'm thinking or playing with at this point is maybe making the hedge 4 feet deep too. So that'll be, if it'll be 4 feet high and 4 feet deep, I should be able to reach in with the hedge trimmer just fine and trim both the front and then come around and do the back side without a problem. You'll also be able to see into the space, yet there'll be a clear definition of the space, and the front hedge itself becomes part of the topiary garden. So whatever I have inside, balls, spheres, cones, the outside hedge itself also becomes part of that display, let's call it. Maybe I'm not using the right word. If you guys can think of a better word, leave those comments below. I'm gonna move that one there, this one here, and I like that one there. So I think we'll do this one here, and this one's got good roots here, this one here. Okay, so I have a shovel at the 10-foot mark, a shovel at the 20-foot mark. Hopefully you guys can see the stake there down at the end. That's gonna be your 30-foot mark. And just beyond where the pail is your flower garden there. Again, hopefully you guys can see that. So we will have 3 here, 10-foot opening. The other thing that I'm gonna be doing is we will be going 10 feet basically wide right down the middle. So when I do plant out those other shrubs that'll be going in this space, they won't go into the middle. I'll be leaving an imaginary 10-foot walkway essentially right through the space. And they'll be sitting roughly-ish here because I'm going to leave approximately 4-foot space all around the hedge that's going to be over on the flower garden side, the hedge that'll be in the front, and each other. And this way I can drive the lawnmower around each of the plants themselves. This is what I'm thinking. This is what's going on in my head. So let me stop thinking and talking, and let me start digging. All right, so here we are at the first hole, and you guys can probably see right here, this is my dahlia bed, and eventually the plan is I'm going to have Yupon planted right in here, and the plan is to go 2 feet in, 2 feet out over here approximately. It may only be a 3-foot hedge. Still playing with those ideas, so maybe 1 foot there, 3 feet here, thereabouts. But the important part is there'll be a hedge right over here. Now something quite interesting happened, and maybe you guys can see this. Instead of growing down, it was mostly growing almost out, which is quite unusual because I know I'm pretty confident the boxwoods push down deeper than these hollies, and maybe it's only because, well, it might be because it's something that Japanese hollies do where they grow out in almost a fan shape, or they were just pursuing the healthiest soil because this was the edge that they were planted up against, and you could see how they didn't grow out this way, but they grew further into the dahlia bed. So they just might have been pursuing the healthiest soil. That being said, I'm going to, controversially, cut back some of these roots so we can fit it in the hole. If you think I'm making a huge mistake or I've just killed a plant, please let me know in those comments below. This looks like it'll fit. Yep. Put some compost in the hole, and then we're going to drop this bush in. Oh boy, we're making a mess here. So that's the first one. Let me plant up the rest. Well, it suffered some technical glitches there while making this video, so I don't know where we're going to wind up here. But there are the 3 hedges here, the 3 hedges here, and again, in the middle will be approximately a 10-foot opening, which will go straight back towards you guys. I was thinking about a couple of questions you may ask, so let me answer them real quick. The reason I didn't do no dig on these bushes was simply because we're getting into that winter season, and they're going to need every opportunity to get themselves into the ground. Today is just a mildly breezy day, but we can get winter wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. And that's no storms, that's just wind gusts during the winter time. It has happened before, it's crazy. By planting them into the ground, I'm ensuring that those roots get into contact with the ground quicker, because if I did the no dig, there's that layer of cardboard which has to break down first. That layer of cardboard, it will take longer during the wintertime to break down than it will during the summertime. So if I did it in the springtime, by midsummer, all the cardboard's rotted away due to the heat and humidity, and the plant roots are burrowing into the ground, and life is good. Now we're going to be getting towards winter, and that cardboard will just last a little bit longer due to the cold temperatures. It won't break down as quickly. It will break down eventually, but not as quickly. So even hopefully these guys do make it through the winter, and hopefully do start putting on quite a bit of new growth next year. I have 3 leftover hollies. They will probably eventually go one on either side, and I'll do like one there, one there, one there. And again, I haven't figured out whether I'm going to do box or if I'm going to do cones or if I'm going to do spheres. I don't know the shape. If you guys have any thoughts or opinions on that, please leave those comments below. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Click that bell icon to be notified of when I do post up a new video. This way you could follow along with what if these survive. If anything in my garden survives the winter, what will come up next spring, what won't come up next spring, what winter projects am I doing? I don't quite rightly know, but hopefully I can do quite a few big projects in my garden this winter. Like I said, I'm not exactly sure what those are going to be quite yet, so follow along, see what happens. If you'd be so kind, check out all the links below, and I think that's going to wrap it up for today. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Specifically the vegetable garden. We haven't been here in a while. We've been elsewhere in the garden. And right here in front of you is an entire bed of radishes. I think these are predominantly French breakfast. So it looks like something like this. And German giants. And these all pretty much look like they're ready to go. So I will be harvesting these today, but I'm not going to bore you with that. What I am going to do is show you where I'm going to plant my garlic, which is someplace new for me this year. Here in this space during the summertime and the springtime, actually, I had quite a few things going on. I had liatris growing here in the back and a couple of very weak purple sensation alliums, which hopefully if they come up this year, they'll be much stronger or better looking. But the liatris, as always, a trooper and came up very well. Over in these 2 rows that maybe you can see them, I can barely see them. I had various squashes and what else did I have in here? Zinnia. I had zinnia. I just pulled all of that out. The zinnia was already going over. I probably could have kept it inching along a bit longer, but nonetheless, out it went. And over here, you could probably see in frame, I have what remains of sort of a failed experiment. I was hoping to grow Jack B. Littles right up this trellis here. And I was also hoping to grow cornucopia gourds up the trellis. They kind of grew. It was just a bad year for my squashes and gourds for various reasons. One of them was the weather, as I've mentioned before. But either way, somewhere in here in this space, I'm going to be planting garlic. I've never planted garlic directly in the ground. I know that sounds strange. I've always planted my garlic in a raised bed of some sort, whether it's a low raised bed or a tall raised bed. It's always been in a raised bed, never directly into the ground. But this year, I'm going to plant directly into the ground because it's something I've never done before, and why not? One of the things that I normally do with the in-ground beds is normally cover them up with weed cloth. I still have some pepper plants. I have my cotton plant over here, which is looking pretty awesome. Absolutely fun to grow this year. It's still going. It's still putting out cotton balls. It's going to continue to put out cotton balls. Probably right until the frost, maybe. I don't know. I've never grown cotton before. This is more of an ornamental variety. It has these lovely red stems and beautiful flowers, of course. So anyways, I'm getting distracted by the cotton plant. I would normally, or what I did last year was I ran the weed cloth that I normally put down over this space right up to the daylilies that I have along the fence. I'm not going to do that this year. This year I'm going to run right up to about this point. And the reason being is because I have the liatris, which I don't like to cover up with the weed fabric in case I'm late and taking up the weed fabric and it's trying to push itself up. And then I have the comfrey. So I have to do this weird jog, as it were, or have shorter pieces up to this point and then longer piece. It's a pain. So what I'm going to do this year is just bring it up to this point right here, basically this fence post. And I'm going to plant my garlic somewhere in here. And when all that stuff goes over, I don't know what I'm going to do with it as of this point. I just may cover it with cardboard or plant something else in there for the winter. I'm not sure, but I would need a suggestion for something that's cold hardy, that can take a freeze or a frost, which right now I can't think of anything, so just make it covered over. I don't know. Still figuring things out here. But what I do know is I'm planting garlic today. And talk a little bit about this space real quick. If you guys remember, I started this space a couple of years ago, I believe. And this year, one of the things I did was I put down cedar mulch to help define the walking spaces. It's not something you have to do, but it's something I wanted to do. And I still have some leftover cedar mulch, so I think we're gonna redefine or touch up the walkways. It also helps suppress the weeds a little bit. And I had put down fresh compost, and this space has already had several applications of compost and cow manure, and the ground is really, it does really well. When we get heavy rains, even during a tropical storm, it drains pretty fast, which tells me that the space underneath my feet is getting deeper and deeper so far as good organic soil. I'm going to start prepping the space here and figuring out how I'm going to lay out this garlic. So as you may or may not know, I am a proponent of no dig. I do like the system, the theory behind it. There's all sorts of microorganisms and bacteria and all sorts of good things in the soil, and the less we disturb it, the less we disturb it, the better it is for the soil. So really what I'm doing here is just sort of raking this out a bit. There's also some various bits of debris here from the rotting leaves, which is fine because that can all stay here and rot down. It'll break down into the soil. It'll enrich the soil. Think of it as composting in place. One of the things I'm not going to do that many people would do in this instance though is rototill the ground. I don't want to, and I don't have to. I can take my finger, I can get it way past my knuckle. So that's really good soft soil, which is excellent for anything you plant in here. And as I add compost to these beds, the compost breaks down, it adds to the soil itself gets deeper, as it were, because underneath my feet here is a layer of silty clay. It's garbage. But I've been improving all the soil in this area for several years now. You can see how far I could get my finger down there. Just to give you a point of reference, if I went to the lawn right outside, I can't push my finger at all into the ground because the ground is so compacted. And you may be asking, did I rototill this space initially and then do the no dig on top of that? And the answer is no, I did not rototill. I don't own a rototiller, so I didn't rototill at all. All I did was put down the cardboard and then probably 6 to 8 inches of compost, raised bed mix, that kind of thing. Planted into that after that first year. That cardboard it's probably rotted down in the first 6 months with the heat and humidity we have down here. And then I just continued to apply compost, things like the cedar mulch here. This is all breaking down, and it's all adding organic matter to the soil, which is great. It all breaks down eventually, and it all adds to the soil, and it makes everything wonderful. I think what I'm going to do is, excuse me, Sophie, we're going to keep this bed like so. So this is going to be a 2-foot bed. All right. And I'm going based off of the stones, which I think you guys can see in shot. So each of the border edge stones are 2 foot. So that gives me a rough approximation. All right, and this side, I think we're going to do something similar. We're going to make the walkway a little wider. So we're going to make the walkway 2 foot. And Sophie, a pine cone. What we're going to do is we're going to leave the bed about 3 foot. If you're new to gardening, the other benefit of doing the whole no dig thing is, I mentioned improving the soil, but an improved soil, a good soil with a good organic matter in it, will retain moisture longer. And if your soil retains water longer, then you don't have to water as often. Does any of this make sense? I'm not an expert on this. If you doubt me on any of this, you have questions, go out, Google it. There are a ton of people out there on the interwebs who have done either scientific research into this or they've learned from experience. Again, Charles Dowding. You got to go check this guy's channel out if you already haven't. He's done a lot of this experimentation and research, as it were, already. Let me put down some cedar mulch here, and then we're going to start planting. We're going to start with the label, and I'm going to start over here and use this thinner space here. I think I've got enough garlic here. You can't supervise, and you're walking on my bed. And just like flower bulbs, you're going to plant them with the flat side down, pointy side up. You seasoned gardeners all know this, but for a newbie, I hope this is focusing. That's the flat side, pointy side, pretty self-explanatory. I have a bunch now. I think I'm going to do them along this bed too. Yep. Now I'm going to do one more thing, and that is put a little bit of compost right on top of where I just planted. Charles Dowding would use his own homegrown compost, and you could do the same thing. Many of you actually probably already do if you're an experienced gardener. I'm an idiot, so there we go. I'm not even digging it into the beds. I'm just laying it on top. Yeah. And no fertilizing needed. I've just put compost on top of it, so it has nutrients in it. With a little luck, if all this survives, this is always the trick, we'll have 2 awesome rows here of garlic. The variety I planted today, I don't know if I mentioned, is California White. It's basically the stuff that you get in the supermarket. Nothing fancy. I do have fancier garlic, and I will be planting that later, not today. It's getting short and it's starting to get a little dark here, but we're not quite done yet. There's one more thing. I want to show you guys what I'm going to try with my garlic this year. So let's go take a look at that now. Okay, so in this pot here, I've just filled it with some potting soil, and now I'm going to plant. These are relatively small. Let me show you. Hopefully you can see that. 6 small garlic bulbs, cloves I should say. And the reason I'm doing this is because I saw a gentleman, what's that, Instagram, and he was planting his garlic in, actually I think he was doing 1 clove per pot, maybe? I think that's what he was doing. Either way, I asked him, hey, does that actually work for you? And he said, yes, it does. So I'm gonna give this a whirl. If they grow, that'll be fun. And if I can get any sort of good bulb out of them, that'll be even better. And I'm going to throw a label on it just so I remember what it is. And I'll water it and put it outside. Or put it outside and then water it. Did I mention my carrots are growing? This bed that we planted up, a couple of weeks ago, I think. Carrots are growing nicely, and if all goes as planned, I should be harvesting probably December, maybe even January, again, depending upon how the weather goes and how these guys grow. But they are growing. So far, so good. I'm pretty happy. And so is Sophie, because she likes carrots. Actually, anything that crunches, it doesn't matter. So, if you have any questions or comments, please leave them below. If you haven't checked out all the links below, please check out all the links below. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post up a new video, because I still have quite a bit of more garlic to plant. I still have more carrots to sow. I still have... there's so much stuff to do. Honestly, I take things off the list and I put them right back on the list. Or I put other things on the list. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. I think that's going to wrap it up for today. Squirrel. We're going to catch you on the next one. Today we're back to bulb planting. But we're not planting bulbs out in the flower garden, nor in front of the house. No, today we're going to plant bulbs here in the orchard. Let me show you. Some of you may have remembered this space from earlier in the season when I did a video about trying to make sort of a meadow here, or come up with something similar as to what I had around another apple tree, which was a lot of verbena, foxglove. It's a whole nother story. You can go back and watch those videos if you want. But what I did here was I put down a bunch of compost and I think some chicken and or cow manure to help improve and enrich the soil. And then I put down just a thin layer of pine bark after I put down cardboard, and the cardboard was to smother the grasses and the weeds. And as you can see, I have grasses and weeds coming up. Some apparently of this is morning glory. Who knew? I don't know where that came from. And here's a dewberry. I think that's what that's called. It's a nasty little vine. It's horrible. And then I have, of course, grasses. But I'm not concerned about keeping this space clean or pristine. In fact, I don't mind grasses growing a little bit from the edge. I'll eventually wind up mowing it. And I know grasses are eventually going to grow up all around here, and that's fine too. What I'm going to do today is plant up some bulbs, and I have two in mind. And what I'm hoping for is that come the springtime, I get a really nice display all the way out here in the orchard where it's otherwise just colorless. It's just green. So it's just to give a little bit of color. So what I'm going to plant up as I pull some more weeds is Sapphire Beauty Dutch Iris. Okay. I've got a lot of Dutch irises this year because I had some in the rose garden. My wife really liked them, so we wound up buying more Dutch irises. They're very nice. They do well in this climate and environment. And Dutch Master Daffodils. It's a bag of 50. I'm not going to plant all 50, but I will plant a few. So what I'm going to do is first try to get rid of some of this grass. And we're not going to plant up against the tree. Not going to do that. I'm going to put a clump. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do probably a couple of clumps. So I'll do a clump right here of, this is going to be Dutch Master. So also some of you may have noticed that this space is slightly raised because I did plant the apple tree here on a slight mound because we get heavy rains at various times of year. So if I plant the tree a little high or a little proud, then water sheds off, moves away from the tree, and hopefully the roots underneath, not all of them are drowning in water, and hopefully, again, with me improving the soil around the area over time, it'll allow for better drainage. So if we do get a really, really, really crazy heavy rain like we sometimes do, this tree isn't going to drown. You ever reach into a bag and get a rotten bulb? It happens. But then you're made up with two. All right, so there's a clump of 5. And I'm going to throw a label to remind me of where that is. And I think over here, I'm going to do the other clump. So let's do a couple here. There we go. Cover that back up. And because this is an experiment, I don't know how it's going to work out. I'm going to save the rest of my bulbs to be used someplace else. What I am going to do though now is plant up. Now let's see, we got a bag of 20. So I'll do, I don't know. Let's dig a hole and see how many bulbs I can fit in the hole. Seven makes a nice little drift. Okay, there's that one. So a little drift here, and let's do one on the other side. Nice little hole. Let me get it with a handful. 4, 5. You know what? I'm going to get crazy on this side. We're going to dump them all in. And there we go. Maybe in the springtime, I'll come back and plant some verbena in this space if it doesn't naturally come up anyways. And of course, water. I planted up the Dutch Iris, and they should get to about yay tall. The Dutch Master Daffodils are shorter, but both of these should give some early spring color to the space. And as I just mentioned a second ago, maybe I'll come back out, or hopefully I'll come back out in the springtime and maybe plant up some verbena out in this space. And I think that will give some color and height during the springtime. Who knows, maybe a few other plants. I don't know. I'm, again, not going to try to keep this space weeded or anything. This was sort of an experiment. See what happens, see what grows, what doesn't grow. If you haven't subscribed, Sophie here would much appreciate if you subscribe, because I have yet more bulbs to plant, but we're not going to plant them today. There's stuff to be planted out in the vegetable garden. There's cleanup to do all over this garden. And I will bring you guys along for some of that. And there's probably a couple of projects squeezed in there someplace too, as I do my fall 30-day Blitz video every single day from now until, I don't know, I think, what are we up to, day 18? So I've only got, what's that, 22 days roughly? 22 days, 10, 12 days? 12 days. 12. Somebody do the math for me and leave those comments below. That's going to wrap it up for today. Sophie here wants to go play with something, maybe a butterfly or something. We're going to catch you on the next one. Today, well, I don't know how exciting I can make this video, but I'm going to start cleaning out my greenhouse as part of the long list of fall projects that I have to get done here around the garden. Some of you may use your greenhouses during the wintertime. Some of you may not use the greenhouses during the wintertime. I'd love to know. Please leave those comments below. Some of you probably don't even have a greenhouse. There's a channel I follow, the Croc Gardener, I believe he's called. I don't know exactly where he's located, but he's going to be doing some winter projects, some winter growing himself this year. I think he's somewhere in the middle of the country. I'm not sure. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's going to be trying to do some winter growing this year, and he's getting, like, I think a polytunnel or something along those lines, and maybe a couple other things, and it's going to be interesting to watch him. And I know, for the most part, the winter sort of becomes a dull, quiet season for most gardeners because it's generally too cold, the ground is frozen, that kind of thing. But I bought this greenhouse years ago to do winter gardening because here in eastern North Carolina, though we do get freezes and it does get cold at times, but never so cold or for so long that I can't grow things in the greenhouse. And by growing things, I mean lettuces. I can do lettuces, I can do radishes. I think I'm going to try something else this year, and I can't remember what it is. The greenhouse itself doesn't stay that hot. There's no heater inside the greenhouse. There's no heat mats. There's no electricity inside the greenhouse. So I really can't grow anything tender like tomatoes. The other problem is that there's not enough sunlight generally during the course of the day for certain plants like tomatoes that would need quite a bit of light. But I can still do, like I said, lettuces, radishes, and if you guys have any other suggestions for a cold, hardy plant, let me know below in the comments. I think I might even try to grow some parsley inside the greenhouse this year. If I'm correct, I believe it's it is cold hardy. But if I'm wrong on that, please leave those comments below. The other thing I'm going to be doing this year, which is something I've never done before, is I'm going to bring my potatoes into the greenhouse. Now, I started a fall crop of potatoes, but they didn't start coming up until, I don't know, a week or two ago. And though the top growth is coming along quite nicely, I'm just afraid that if I harvest them at or before the frost, which should be mid to late November for me, depending upon which way the wind blows and how the temperature goes, those potatoes may not be of sufficient size. So I'm thinking about pulling the potatoes inside the greenhouse and seeing if they can hang in there right up until or close to Christmas time, at which point they should be sizable enough and I should be able to get Christmas potatoes from them. Maybe, possibly, I don't know. I have an acquaintance of mine who has a greenhouse himself, and his greenhouse is heated. So he's going to also do the same thing. He's going to overwinter his potatoes. I like to see the comparison between the two, my unheated greenhouse versus his heated greenhouse, that kind of thing. I have mentioned in the past, and I'll show you guys later when as we're cleaning up, I do have water jugs inside the greenhouse, and I've painted them black, and the theory is they absorb heat during the daytime. They absorb that light and energy, and then they release it at night. But I think it is enough to help the greenhouse a little bit at night. All right, enough of that prattling. Let's take a look at the damage that's inside here. So hopefully you can see the mess that it is. Earlier in the year, I mentioned I wanted a potting shed, and one of the reasons I wanted a potting shed was so I could take things like basically everything on this rack, put it inside the potting shed. I could take things like my tools, put them inside the potting shed. My tools generally reside inside the garage for the winter time, and then I get lazy as I'm gardening throughout the year, and they just wind up finding a home here. Currently there's a bunch of plastic bags on the floor. I'm not sure if you guys can see that. I empty a pot and I just toss it on the bench. There's this pile of birdhouse gourds, which I didn't know what to do with, and I've given some away, and I'm going to give some more away because I just recently found out that there's somebody local to me who would apparently love these. So they're going to come out today, finally. Just all this stuff just sort of gets dumped here. If you guys have a similar problem, please let me know in those comments below. I don't think we're going to get, I don't know how far we're going to get, so this might be a multi-part thing, but I'm going to stop talking and start working. And at some point during this entire process, I'm going to have to give the windows a good wipe down too. And this way they allow more light into the greenhouse during the wintertime. Okay, I'm going to call it quits for today. I still obviously have the floor to do. I have all these pots to sort and put away. And as I mentioned, I'm going to clean the glass windows. But that has to wait until I take the shade cloth off, which probably won't happen until next week. I can't believe how much junk I had floating around in here. Anyways, yeah, so still got to go through all these pots, clean up all these pots. This bench will then be clear, which then means in the next couple of weeks, as those temperatures start to drop, I'll be able to pull plants that are going to be more sensitive to the cold into the greenhouse, stack them along here. This way they'll be able to brave the winter, and I'll be setting up my box. I normally do it here. I think this year I might move it down over here, down closer to the door maybe. I'm not sure. And fill it with potting soil because I'll probably start planting into there in the next couple of weeks. I obviously don't want to wait till the temperature gets too cold, but the temperature during the daytime right now in the greenhouse is 90, and that's with the shade cloth on. So we got to wait another couple of weeks for those temperatures to get a little lower, and then I can start filling the box and planting it full of good stuff. The soil will be warm enough for everything to start germinate, and then it'll be cold hardy enough to last me throughout the winter, theoretically, hypothetically. This is what I'm going with. If you have any questions, comments, etc., please leave them below. If you haven't checked out the links below, please check out the links below. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when we do post a new video. This way you won't miss the next exciting episode of me cleaning the greenhouse. I only have one winter glove. I don't know where the other winter glove went. It's gonna be around here someplace. With all that, I'm gonna catch you on the next one. Yes, once again, we're back in the vegetable garden, and today I'm gonna be planting up some carrots and some garlic, fancy garlic, and I'll talk more about that in a second. The carrots that I have today probably be the last batch of carrots that I planted. As many of you know, if you haven't seen my previous video, I did one full bed and one half bed of carrots. The one full bed is growing wonderfully, and the half bed is not so wonderful, but c'est la vie, it is what it is, but I will get some carrots out of that. Today I'm going to be planting two different types of carrots here in this bed, which I just topped off with some fresh raised bed mix. The first variety, as I make these rows here, and if you've planted carrots recently, please let me know in the comments below if if you do winter carrots, again, please let me know in those comments. Just gonna make that hole, and we're gonna drill this. What did I have growing in here? Radishes. I just had radishes growing in here recently. I also then had a lot of weeds coming up. So hopefully this raised bed mix that I put down today will help suppress some of those weeds, but I'm sure more will pop up, especially with the weather we've been having as of late, which is pretty warm. Although I am expecting a freeze probably sometime towards the end of this month. It depends upon the year, but sometimes we get freezes as early as mid-November down here in growing zone 8B, Eastern North Carolina. Other times it could be later, and this is one of those later years. So we will see. First off is Danvers 126. Now, if it doesn't get to freezing, it's not going to impact the carrots, and if it does get to freezing, it's still not going to impact the carrots. Last year I grew carrots and we had multiple freezes, and the top growth will fall over. It won't actually die, and I think that's, and again, if you're a horticultural expert or a gardening expert, please correct me if I'm wrong, or fill in more information, leave those comments below, but I think it's the thickness of the leaves. So for instance, a radish leaf is very broad, it's very big, so when that gets hit with a frost or a freeze, there's a lot of water in that leaf, and it's more susceptible, therefore the leaves fall over, they brown, they blacken, they die. Versus a carrot where the leaves, the top growth, the leaves are very, very thin and small, so they don't seem to be as easily damaged by frosts or freezes. If you have more knowledge than me, and I have very little knowledge, I'm not an expert and I didn't stay at Holiday Inn Express last night, please leave those comments below. Now, some people like or prefer pelletized carrot seeds because then they don't have to come back and do as much thinning. I actually don't have a preference one way or the other. I've also seen recently somebody do carrot seed strips where their carrot seeds are sort of glued onto a piece of paper, and you just lay the whole piece of paper down, and then there's way they're properly spaced. I don't know the germination rate success on those carrots. I can only speak for myself that not every carrot seed that I do put down will come up. So I tend to seed a little heavier. And then worst case scenario, I'm just thinning out the excess. So that's the Danvers 126. I'm going to cover that up. And I'm going to put a label in, of course. And since I'm here, and I know it's going to go from here over, I'm going to put the other label right there, which will be the Tender Sweets. And these Tender Sweets are from a company called So True Seed. They are a female-owned business in Western North Carolina, in Asheville. And their business, I believe, got slightly damaged, and some of their co-workers, I think, maybe have lost possessions and or homes with Hurricane Helene and the horrible impact it had on Western North Carolina. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that they are running some sort of sale right now with proceeds going towards donations, towards helping others. This is not sponsored, by the way, but I just got the email today and I was looking at it. So if you'd like, head over to So True Seed, check out what they have, maybe grab yourself some seeds for next spring, or now if you can grow it in your area. I don't know where a lot of you are. I know where some of you are, but not all of you. So head over and check out So True Seed for that. So there we go. That's the last of my carrots that I'm going to be planting for this year. So I have 2.5 beds. I think last year I only did 1 bed, and my wife said, you should grow more, lots more. So here we go, 2.5 beds of carrots growing, or 2.25 really, because this one's not so successful. Either way, let me water and then we'll move on. Okay, so as I mentioned in previous videos, I didn't purchase a lot of garlic this year. That being said, I'm going to try to put as much garlic as I can into this one bed and see if I can fit what garlic I still have to plant into this bed. If not, I have another place to plant that garlic. The first type I'm growing, I got from Epic Gardening. Now, I don't know if Epic Gardening still has any garlic available, but if they do, and if you'd like to maybe go grab some, you can head over to shop.epicgardening.com. You search for the garlic in their store there, and you can use the code GROWING to save yourself 10% on checkout up until November 8th. So that's my little plug right there. In the meantime, I'm going to plant Ichalon, I'm going to put the name on the screen here because I can't speak English. Red garlic. This is a soft neck variety. I've never grown it before, so it's going to be new to me. If you're wondering how deep to plant your garlic, I'm not an expert, but I follow the general rule of thumb of twice the depth of the clove or the bulb. In this case, it'd be the clove. And I try to leave about 6 inches between each one. Depending upon what you read, where you read it, what YouTuber you watch, they may say something slightly different. If you plant your garlic in a slightly different way, please leave those comments below. Let me know. Let everybody know, because I'm still a novice. I'm still learning, but this method has worked for me in the past. So this is why I'm going to use this method. And the problem if you plant them any closer than, say, 6 inches is each garlic bulb needs a certain amount of nutrition. So if you plant them closer than that, you run the risk of one plant stealing from another plant kind of thing. So there's 2 rows, and you know what? I only have 4 bulbs left. Well, we're going to do another row here. They'll just get spaced a little further apart, which is fine. There we go. All right, so now I have 3 rows of that funny named garlic. Okay, the next variety I'm planting is Sicilian artichoke garlic. I've never grown this variety either. I also got this from Epic Gardening. And the other thing to keep in mind when you plant garlic, or so I hear from the experts, is you want to plant your largest cloves. So you don't want to clove that, because when you tear apart the garlic bulb, there'll be lots of little cloves like this. And each one will go on to form its own bulb, which you then harvest and tear apart and eat. You can plant the smaller ones. They will grow. They just won't grow as large. I have 2 cloves left over, not really enough for another row. So what I think I'm going to do is maybe put these in a pot. If you haven't seen me do that, you can go back and watch my previous video, but I had seen a gentleman on Instagram put garlic cloves into a pot with potting soil, obviously, and leave them outside, and then they grew into garlic the following year for him. So I think that's what I'll try with these 2. Okay, the next variety I'm going to grow is Deerfield, or Deerfield Purple, as sometimes known. I grew this a few years ago. It was a huge success and fan favorite amongst many of my friends and family that I gave it to. Again, just gonna pop these into the ground. And this is a hardneck variety too. Now I do have room for a little bit, but I also have a couple of heads of Deerfield Purple left over. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna start the next batch, and then I will find a home for the Deerfield Purple at a later date. In fact, I see a bed where I might put Deerfield Purple, but I'm going to stop babbling and go get the other variety that I've purchased this year. Okay, the next variety I'm going to do in this bed, and it's the last variety that I'm planting for this season, is Romanian red garlic. This is another variety I've never grown before. If you've grown any of these varieties, or if you have comments on any of these varieties, please leave those comments below. Now these cloves are actually pretty large, and FYI, this is a hardneck variety. Just covering that up. That sun is setting pretty fast. Now I do have some of those bulbs remaining from the various varieties that I planted out today, and I think I'm going to put a couple of them in the ground next to the ones that I had planted previously. So if you haven't watched that video, you can go back and watch that video. I did some garlic planting in ground as sort of an experiment, see what I can do. And I will plant the rest of them here in this bed. Now, obviously this bed is sort of a hot mess. This basil that you see right here is seed that had fallen from the cinnamon basil next to it and just started growing. And I let it grow because the bees love the flowers as well as many other pollinators. And there's a couple of weeds in here. And as you could see, this bed is also sunken down quite a bit because the material that was in the bottom of this has been decaying and rotting down. So the bed sinks. So obviously I'm going to need to top this up before I plant into it. But I'm not going to do another garlic video, another video of me planting garlic, because again, it'd just be the same varieties of me just sticking in here in this bed or in the ground. So if you guys have any questions or comments, etc., please leave them below. Again, if you're an experienced gardener and you see me saying something wrong or doing something wrong, please leave those comments below. I am an inexperienced gardener, a novice, and I'm learning as I go along, and I'm gaining that experience that many of you already have. If you haven't checked out the links below, please check out the links below. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Sophie here would very much appreciate it. You have to look at the camera. Look. No, the camera's... Oh, she is terrible to work with. And if you're still watching, thank you to all the new subscribers who have joined the channel recently. We are growing slowly but surely. Thank you very much. There is a ton of stuff still to do here in the fall in Growing Zone 8B here and around the garden. I have yet to put the in-ground beds to sleep. I have more flower bulbs to plant out, which we'll be doing, I think, soon. There's lemons to harvest and oranges and a rose garden to take care of, and oh, there's winter projects that are coming up probably in December and January and February and March when I do all my winter projects. Yes, I know, and I can't forget about the seed starting in January in the greenhouse. I think that's going to wrap it up for today. Thank you everybody for watching. We're going to catch you on the next one. Today things are a little off schedule for me. And this video may be going out pretty late, but that's okay, because as long as it goes out today, that's the important part. Because if you're new to the channel, if you're just catching up, I'm trying to do a video every day for the next 30 days. And I think I'm up to day 21, 22, 21, 20. Maybe? I don't know. I've lost track. It's all just become quite a blur. Normally I do a couple of videos a week. Today, if it's not obvious by the title, and I'm not even sure what the title is going to be, I'm going to be planting out a bunch of bulbs. I have 4 different types of bulbs that I'm planting. There's one variety which I've never planted before. I don't even know if it's considered a bulb. I think it's considered a bulb. Either way, they're all going to be planted out in the flower garden. So without further ado, let's head out to the flower garden. Okie dokie. First of all, let's move this pole. We don't need that quite yet. I'm in the corner of the flower garden where it is basically the shadiest. As you can see now, I'm in shade. This spot will get sun in the afternoon, but for a good chunk of the day, probably at least 4 to 6 hours, depending upon time of year, blah, 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 this is in shade, which is a great spot to grow some shade-loving bulbs. The first thing, though, I'm going to do is rip out some of these coleus here. You can see my coleus don't look all that great, and part of that problem is the deer. If you're new to the channel, I live in a fairly rural area where I have plethora of deer that like to walk through the area and just munch on anything that's edible for them. So the coleus, which we're going to go over anyways in a relatively short period of time, I'm going to pull out. And in this spot right here in this corner, I'm going to be planting something else, which I'll tell you about in a second here. More weeds. I also have a lot of pine cones here, pine trees. I don't know about your gardens, but do you have pine trees or something similar that grows like weeds in your garden? Just sort of pops up everywhere. I mean, it doesn't help that I'm underneath the pine tree. These coleus were fun, and the deer did leave them alone for most of the year. So I will probably wind up planting coleus out somewhere here in the flower garden come the springtime. The other thing is when the weather is warm and we get a lot more rain than we've been having, these coleus bounce back from being nibbled on by the deer pretty quickly. The other thing the deer do like to nibble on is my agapanthus, and believe it or not, there's an agapanthus right here, which you can't see because the deer have nibbled it down to the ground, and there's one over there someplace. Again, the agapanthus will bounce back, and deer normally don't nibble on them, but I think it was they might have been in close proximity to the coleus, so they just had their way. What I'm going to plant over in this corner is something that I've grown before. Going to get rid of some of these pine cones. Something I've grown before, but have mixed results with. And last year I planted it into a pot, and it didn't do so great in that pot because we had, I don't know, probably close to a foot, if not more, of rain within about a week's period. And the pot was not a bottomless pot, and I had just regular potting soil in there, which I think held on too much water, which then rotted the bulbs, which I'm about to put here. Now in this spot, the ground should be a little more free draining, and if Weather's Almanac and NOAA are correct, this winter will be a drier winter than last. Doesn't mean we won't get bouts of 4 to 6 inches of rain over a 2 or 3 day period, but theoretically it should be drier. And so far, all of October, we got 1/4 of an inch of rain, and November is not looking much better at this point. So with all that prattling, what am I planting here? I am planting Fritillaria rubia maxima, otherwise known as imperial crown, I believe. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. And I'm going to sort of plant it right here. There we go. Trying to get that stake down as much as possible, because if you haven't noticed, it is a bit windy today, and we do get relatively high winds. This can get up to 3 feet tall, so if it does survive the winter and it does start growing, then it will blow around quite a bit. So the stake is here so I can tie it off to the stake, and then hopefully the stems don't blow over. How I'm going to plant them is going to be very different, and feel free to leave those comments. Somewhat controversial. So the bulbs are pretty big, as you can see, and I've mentioned this before. You generally want to plant your bulbs twice the depth of the bulb. What I'm going to do is just sort of scratch them into the ground, push them into the ground just a little bit. Now again, I mentioned that 4 to 6 inches of rain we can get on any given weekend or weekday. So these bulbs are now essentially sitting on top of the ground. And now I'm going to put a mound of compost over the top of them and then add mulch. I know this isn't the way you normally plant bulbs, but my ground drains very poorly. And again, when we get those heavy rains, these Fritillaria do not like the wet at all, and they will drown and then they will rot in the cold. My ground doesn't freeze, so this is a huge plus, but I don't want these bulbs to drown and rot. That's the theory. So let me dump some compost on top. So you can see how I've mounded the compost on top. And again, this isn't the norm. This is actually extraordinarily unusual from what I've seen. Maybe you've seen something different, but either way, this is what I'm attempting to try. And really the plant doesn't know exactly where it is. All it knows is it's got a growing medium to grow into, and whether it's going to be sopping wet or not. The flower bed here is raised a couple of inches higher than the regular ground around it. So hopefully, like I said, if we don't get crazy rains and we have a relatively dry winter, the water would shed off, the plants won't get absolutely drenched, and in the springtime, I have 2 beautiful Fritillaria Crown Imperials growing right up here. Let me throw some mulch on top. So now it's got a nice thick layer of mulch on it, well, thickish. The pine needles will continue to fall from the pine tree, thus adding to the mulch, as it were. And of course, there's pine cones dropping everywhere. There are a number of foxgloves around me. Hopefully they come up in the springtime as well. They survive the winter. And these agapanthus, hopefully again, will bounce back come the springtime and flourish. So sort of a mishmash of plants in this corner, and it'll probably be that way for some time, but I really hope these grow because I really like this plant. I'm also going to plant several other bulbs in this spot, and the first one is going to be right here. I just grabbed one by. I have no idea what it is. Fritillaria, I'm put it on the screen here. I can't speak English. You guys know this. I like to call it snake's head Fritillaria. I think that's what it's called, snake's head. It's got a pretty purple flower. Hopefully I put the picture up on the screen here someplace. That I sort of has a checkerboard pattern on it. There are 25 bulbs here. Yeah, 25 bulbs in this bag. Hopefully most of them are good. And I'm not going to bore you with the planting of all of them. Needless to say, I will be spreading them out in this area. Now, important note, this whole corner right here is planted up with muscari, otherwise known as grape hyacinth, I believe, grape hyacinth. So grape hyacinth, muscari, so this whole area is planted up with that. And I don't know if I can zoom in and show, but all this grass looking stuff is the muscari leaves coming up. At least most of it is. There is some grass and other weeds in here, but this whole corner is planted up with that. And last spring it was quite nice that they came up and had this nice little early spring flush of color right here. So I'm going to be mixing in the Fritillaria and another bulb into this section. So I'll sort of drift them through. I'm not going to continue prattling. I'm just going to start planting. And how I'm planting these is not really important. I'm sure there's many gardeners with many different techniques, but I know my sister yells at me for when I don't show necessarily how I plant things. So I'm simply taking my hori knife, sticking it in the ground a little bit, wiggling it back and forth, making a little hole, dropping the bulb in, trying to get the pointy side up. So dip, wiggle, drop, cover. That's it. In the meantime, I'm going to now plant a bulb which I really love, which I have tried growing down here to somewhat success. So I think it will be successful, especially in this corner here, and that is snowdrops. I do love snowdrops. They come up late winter, early spring. They do give just that little bit of nice flower at that early time of year, and they do grow down here in eastern North Carolina, growing zone 8B. In fact, I've driven past many of properties where they've seemed to have naturalized. They don't stick around for long, but they do put on a little bit of a show early in the, like I said, late winter, early spring, and they are nice to look at. So enough prattling. Let me drop these in the ground. Okay, we're all done with those 3 bulbs being planted. Hopefully, most if not all of those bulbs come up. It would be really nice even if some of those bulbs come up, because I'm hoping upon hope, and again, if you're an experienced gardener with an opinion, please feel free to leave those comments below. Let me know that they do start to naturalize, at least here again in growing zone 8B, and that would be wonderful. There's one more thing I want to plant that I've never planted out before, so let's go plant that up now. One of the things I keep finding here around my garden is a lot of these white tags that I use to identify where plants should or should not have been, and also let me know what varieties I've planted. And where I'm sitting right now was supposed to be larkspur. That didn't work out. So at least I know it didn't work out because the larkspur tags were there. Right here in front of me, I have liatris. And as you can see, it's gone over, which is fine because it's that time of year. The liatris does put on a nice show for a very short period of time. And right over here is a daisy. I can't remember the variety. It's also probably right on the tag in front of it there. But right in front here, I have sort of a blank space, just an empty space. And I'd like to put something there, and maybe something that doesn't obviously get as tall as the liatris. And I found something at Lowe's this year, which I've never grown before, anemone. I've never grown just a, I don't know, wild mix of anemone, and it was something I saw, but I do have this space here. So I thought it would be neat to maybe just pull out this weed, maybe this weed too, and drop in this entire space right here some anemones. Again, let me stop prattling, start dropping these in the ground. Okay, so I got all 30 planted. Now, I originally just wanted to fill this area here, but I had so many that I put some on the other side of the white breeze Shasta daisy, and I put some over here behind me, over by the calla lily. So again, hopefully in the springtime, I do get this beautiful display. Now they're supposed to get 4 to 6 inches high, which I think is good for the front of the border. I'm not a gardening design expert by far, but I think that'll be okay for the front of the border. And they say that you're supposed to space them, well, it says bulbs per square foot 12. I was basically going 4 to 6 inches apart. We'll see how they grow. Again, I don't know if any of these will actually grow. I don't know if all of them will grow. We will have to wait until next spring. So all those bulbs are now planted. I do still have more bulbs to plant. As I mentioned, I think in the video, I have more daffodils to plant. Not sure where they're all going. I have Dutch iris. I'm going to do a whole video on Dutch iris to talk to you all about the various varieties I have and what a Dutch iris is in case you're not familiar with it. I don't think I'm planting anything out over here on the potting bench. A lot of this stuff I think is going to go into the greenhouse, which I will be finishing cleaning and taking the shade cloth off here probably this upcoming week. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Click on the bell icon to be notified when I do post up a new video. This way you don't miss it. Follow along as to whatever it is I'm getting up to here in the garden and maybe what Sophie's up to. There's so much more to come. And then of course, various projects along the way. So I think with all that being said, it's going to wrap up this video. And yeah, I think I'm going to catch you on the next one. Today I'm going to be collecting seeds. I know, super exciting topic. But if you like to save yourself a buck or two, and if you have certain varieties which you really like, why continue to go out and spend that $3 to $5 to $10 to $20, whatever it is that you spend on that particular type of seed, over and over again. Obviously, I'm standing right here in front of a red zinnia. This is, I think, a giant red zinnia, and I've really enjoyed it. It was the first year growing it. I may even have some seeds left over from planting this because I didn't use up the whole seed packet. Probably used maybe half of it, if that. This is what's left of one of the plants that I had, and I see some seed heads that look like they're about ready. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to chop them off and keep them, and I'm going to show you a couple of different ways that I take care of my seeds. And if you're an experienced gardener, which many of you I'm sure are, please feel free to chime in, throw those comments below. It helps the YouTube algorithm, and it also helps anybody who may be new to gardening with their seed collecting. Now, I'm not sure why, but I've been told, or I've heard on the interwebs, that putting your seeds in a plastic bag is not a great idea. And that might be maybe condensation issues within the bag. And if the seeds do get wet, then they're either going to start germinating or they're going to start rotting. That's the only thing I can think of. If you know a better excuse, please leave those comments below. I'm going to take this paper bag. And the reason I'm going to use this paper bag is because I don't really want to process these seeds. And by process, I mean, I don't want to take the flower head and try to start detaching all the petals and dried up leaves and stuff. I'm just going to cut the flower head right off and drop it in the bag. At some later point in time, I will then play with the flower head and I'll get rid of all the dried petals and whatever else is there, and then separate the seeds for planting next spring. But for right now, I'm just going to chop these right off here and I'm going to pop them into this bag. Now this flower head looks totally done and ready to go. So again, just cut it off, drop it in. It'll finish drying inside the bag. Same thing with this one. This one, I don't know if you can tell, is still got a little bit of color to it, so it's still drying out, and the seeds could still be forming. I'm not an expert, and I didn't stay at Holiday Inn Express last night, so if you guys know different, leave those comments below. And that's how I collect seeds in a small paper bag. Many of you experienced gardeners already know this, but if you're new to seed collecting or new to gardening, you don't have to clip every single head. Within each flower head, generally, this is a general rule of thumb, I would say, because it depends upon the plant, there could be anywhere from dozens to hundreds of seeds when the plant is done. So if you collect 2 or 3 or 4 flower heads, that may be all the seeds you need. Unless, of course, you are harvesting for a business, in which case you want every single head that goes over, and then you would have thousands, if not tens of thousands of seeds. There's a few other seeds I want to go grab around the yard. Let's go do that now. Here we are still here in the vegetable garden, and I have a bunch of marigold here, obviously, and many of these flowers are starting to go over, or they have gone over, and I'm going to just grab a couple. Now, I've already grabbed a bunch of these yellow marigold seeds, but I am going to grab a couple more. I'm going to see if I can show you guys some of the seeds on the inside. Again, this is more for the new, inexperienced gardener versus you more experienced gardeners. So you get experienced gardeners, you know all this. You guys can please watch the video, but and correct me if I'm doing something wrong, because he keeps saying I'm a novice gardener. But I've got some seed heads here. Let's go look at them on the potting bench. I have my 3 flower heads that are all spent. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out an envelope and I'm going to mark it. Now, I don't know the specific type of marigold, and honestly for me it doesn't matter, but if it mattered to you, you'd want to write down all the variety information and stuff. But I'm just going to say marigold, and I'm going to say it was collected in 11/24. So that's sort of important, putting down the date on an envelope or a bag, and this way you know how old those seeds are. The older a seed is, the less likely it is to germinate unless kept in very specific conditions. And if you're wondering about these envelopes, I got these from Gardener Supply, not sponsored. You can go out to Amazon, buy envelopes. The paper bag that I used in the beginning of this video, I purchased from my local store. I think I got like 100 for like $3. Now I could just drop the seed head directly in. So this is one seed head, and if I pinch the middle, there's a bunch. Oops. Here's a bunch. So Right there, I probably have, I don't know, 50 seeds maybe, because each one of those grassy looking things is a seed. And in the case of the marigold, it's just, I'm just trying to grab the middle there, pull out the seeds. Some plants are a little tougher to remove the seeds from. There we go. I mean, just in this little handful is probably all the marigolds I'll plant next year. There we go. So right there is probably easily 100 seeds, if not more. And then I'm just going to take it, drop it in my envelope. I'll seal that up with tape later. These seeds are now ready to go for springtime. Okay, here we are at my Mexican sunflower. And this plant came up as a rogue this year. I did not plant it. Seeds had fallen from last year, and it just started coming up. So I let it come up, but I can see there's some seed heads ready. The seed heads are quite prickly. So when I go to process these, I will wear gloves. But in the meantime, I can turn around and maybe cut. Stem seems to be a little soft area. Drop that in. Drop that in. And I'll take this one. Drop that in. And I don't see, oh, there's maybe one more over here. And there's my prickly Mexican sunflowers, and I labeled the envelope beforehand to make life a little easier for me. Now I still have 2 or 3 envelopes at least of Mexican sunflower, and though they may be a few years old, the seed should still be viable, maybe not all the seeds in the envelope. So this is another good reason to collect your seeds so that you know that you have a fresh supply of seeds. Or if you have a lot of seeds, so for instance, as this Mexican sunflower continues to go to seed, I can continue to cut off more flower heads that have gone to seed. I can then process those, package them up, and I can actually give them away as Christmas presents, which is maybe what I'll do this year. It's not a bad idea. I just came up with that. What do you do with your extra seeds? Do you gather extra seeds and give them away as Christmas presents or birthday presents? Let me know in those comments below. Let's keep going. One of the flowers that I grew this year, and I've actually grown it for a few years now, but I really, really enjoy it, and I've been growing more of it as I go along, is licorice white agastache. Now this got planted and took off very late this year, but normally it gets to about 4 foot tall, which is 3 to 4 foot tall, which is really nice. And it provides a nice sort of backdrop to some of the other plants. It also is deer resistant, highly deer resistant, which is fantastic. And you can see I've got a couple of these plants here which have gone to seed. Now I could just chop off the flower head here, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my fingers, pinch around the flower head, and pull up the seeds right off the stem. I was doing this the other night when I was out walking with Sophie, and it was really fun. And I'm sure there's other plants you could do basically the same thing with, just pull the seeds right off. The other thing that you could do, if you so wish and desire, is, well, for instance, as I mentioned a minute ago with my Mexican sunflower, seeds have dropped. I'm sure seeds have already dropped from that, and next year I'll probably get more rogue or self-sowed seeds. So you could either shake, or in this instance, I'm just gonna, and then I can just crumble that flower head around, and hopefully next spring I will get more licorice white agastache growing up. Oh, that smells incredible. Growing up here in this location without me having to plant more. But in case none of the seeds that I just dropped on the ground take, I've got an envelope ready to go. And one of the plants that I grew this year, which I really like, is this blue Victory Salvia. And I see it has a number of stalks which have already gone over to seed because these flowers are done, which is fabulous. And I still may have some seed back in the house, but what I'm going to do is just collect a bunch of these seeds here so that I definitely have a supply for next year, and then I don't have to go out and spend $3 to $5 on more seed when I already have a plethora. And similar to the agastache, I'm just sort of going to put my finger here at the base and slide it right up and then dump all those seeds right into the package. I could also cut the stem off to ensure that I capture more of the seeds. That should be more than enough. I've already taken cuttings of this and they're doing all right. And hopefully this plant, even though it's considered a hardy annual or tender perennial, hopefully it does come back next year in this spot, and I'll hope to plant out more next year throughout the garden. So I now have a box full of seeds that I've collected from around the garden, and there's a few other plants that I do want to get seed from. Unfortunately, they're not quite there yet. They're not quite ready to collect the seeds, but I will be collecting those seeds hopefully in the next few weeks as the temperatures cool off and the flowers start to do their thing. If you guys have any questions, comments, etc., please leave them below. This is something that was on my list of things to do for the fall. As I mentioned before, I'm doing my 30-day fall blitz, trying to make a video every single day and get a whole lot of projects done around the garden over the next 30 days. And this was one of them, to go around and collect a bunch of seeds, especially from plants that I want to grow again next year. And I don't necessarily want to spend, I don't mind spending the money on zinnia, but why spend the money on a zinnia if I already have the seeds that I can grow? The Blue Victory Salvia, I can collect those seeds. I'll do the same thing with the Big Blue when it starts to go to seed, because I also enjoy that variety. But I've also taken propagation cuttings, so I don't need to go out and spend more money on those seeds. I can then spend money on other varieties of salvias or zinnias and not have to reinvest in a plant that I already have, basically. If you are thinking about gardening, if you've stumbled across this video somehow and you're thinking about gardening, or you're considering gardening, but you really don't want to go out and spend the money on a $12 plant, or even don't want to spend, you know, $5, $10, $20, $30, or $100 on seeds, see if you can find a friend, a relative, maybe a mother, an aunt, an uncle, a father, whoever grows in your family, or somebody you may know grows in their family, and see if you can go to their gardens or their yards and grab some seeds from them. You know, they may have plants that are going over. Grab those for free, and then start trying to grow them next spring and see what happens. Worst case scenario, you didn't spend any money and no real loss, but best case scenario, you do get some free plants out of it, and that's always a win. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon and be notified of when I do post a new video, because I think the next video might be more interesting than this video. I have to do some harvesting of a plant that I grew for the first time this year that I've never grown before. Maybe some of you have. So again, make sure you hit that subscribe button. And with all that, I'm going to catch you on the next one. Today, well, I'm going to try to harvest my turmeric here because I think it broke. I planted this in the springtime. It took a long time for it to come up. Took off like a bat out of heck. It has grown wonderfully. Look at some of these stems. This is incredible. Yeah, I'm 5'9". Oh, look at this. This is well over 6 foot. And I was wondering, I knew I was going to be harvesting my turmeric soon. I just didn't know when. And I was wondering when I was going to harvest it, or when I should harvest it. And well, the plant has let me know, because yeah, it's all gone floppy. So I've watched a couple of videos and I think I have a clue. I think. Some videos seem to have left out some details as to specifically how you process the roots after you dig them up. And well, I think first things first, let's dig up this plant. So let me go get some pruners. I'm going to take off all these leaves, and I know some of you out there may have a clue as to what to do with these leaves other than throw them in the compost heap, but I'm going to be throwing all mine on the compost heap this year. Next year, if you guys have any good suggestions as to what to do with the leaves, i.e. can you eat them, use them for cooking, crafts, something, let me know in those comments below. But let's cut all this top growth, and then we'll start digging. I've never done this before, so I'm just going to start flailing around and seeing what I can dig up from each of these. Now I planted something like, I think six plants. And so let's see what we get up now. Ooh, this looks good. Ooh, are those like nitrogen fixing nodules? See that? I don't know if that's what that is. Leave a comment below if you know that's what that is. Now I have read online where or seen online where people will wash this off and then cut it up. So I think that's what I'm going to do. In the meantime, that'll go in the bucket. And there's a piece of root. This is actually looking pretty promising. Oh boy. Woohoo! Again, look at these nodules. These are crazy. There's a piece of root. Woo! Oh my goodness, look at this. Look at those roots. How they were just really going down into the bottom. I can smell the turmeric. Got all the turmeric out of the ground. I hope you guys saw that what some of these roots look like. They were pretty amazing. I don't know what those little nodules are, so I'm gonna have to do a little research on that. So far so good, they all look good. Now you can see how far down this bed had sunken. As I do want to top off this bed with fresh compost or raised bed mix or a combination of both. If you guys have any thoughts or comments, please leave them below. I'm gonna start washing this stuff off. Okay, I started hosing off this one piece, and apparently all these white nodules that you see hanging low, no new plants will grow from them. I guess they're like nitrogen fixing things. They don't harm the plant, and if you try to eat them, they'll be fine. It's not going to be poisonous or anything like that. Some apparently websites do talk about these type of nodules, other websites do not. So anyways, let me back to cleaning this off here. Alrighty, it's the next day, and I've got a lot of turmeric. I finished processing all this last night. It was getting late, and the battery on the camera died, but there was a lot of washing involved, and today I'm left with all these beautiful rhizomes. And so the next question is, what am I going to do with all these rhizomes? And the answer is I'm going to keep some of them. I'm going to take probably 6 or 8, keep them for myself for replanting. Then I'm going to bag up a bunch, give it to friends, family, loved ones, and then I'm going to keep whatever's left over for myself. And I don't know. I don't know if we're going to cook with it, if we're going to see about grinding it up and using it as a powder for drinks. And I've been looking on the internet, and apparently there's a boatload of things that you can do with the turmeric. You can make different shakes with it, sprinkle it on your food. I just smell the turmeric. It's just amazing. So again, I let these, after washing all these, I let these dry out in here in the greenhouse overnight. They all seem to be in good condition. I don't see any with root rot, which is nice. As I was washing and cleaning these things, there were a few with root rot. Obviously disposed of them. The leaves and whatever stems were left, they all went on various compost piles. So they'll be adding back to the garden in their own way. And as I stated a second ago, I will be doing this again next year. This was fun to grow and real easy plant. It did take a long time to come up, but I think it was a matter of waiting for the right temperatures, both in the soil and the air. But once it did, took off like gangbusters, and it grew very well. So if you guys have any questions, comments, anything like that, please leave them below. If you guys grow turmeric and you have recipes that you'd like to share, please maybe leave a link below, or you can even email me and then I'll share that with the community. If you haven't grown turmeric, maybe give it a try. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video. Hopefully you found this video interesting, maybe slightly informative. If you haven't checked all those links below, please check out the links below. And I think that's gonna wrap it up for today. I want to catch you on the next one. I think the garden needs a name. I've been teasing that idea for a while. I've also been thinking of what I would call the garden, and I have a name in mind. But that's not why we're here today. Today, we are going to be planting up some Dutch irises. I stumbled across Dutch irises a few years back when I first moved down here, flipping through some sort of catalog, Brex, or some online website, whatever it was, but I saw these things called Dutch irises, and the flowers looked really pretty, and they really are. And if I can find one from earlier this year, a picture from earlier this year, I'll post it up here. So my wife, she said, why don't you get a bunch more? So I got a bunch more. So I'm going to be planting up, I think I have four different bags or 4 different varieties today. And I'm going to be planting up here in the flower garden. And hopefully we'll be able to see them from inside the house, from the living room, in the early spring when they do start coming up. Now, I don't know exactly where Dutch irises come from, and I should have done my homework before I started making this video, but if I remember, I will post it up on the screen here. The average height of a Dutch iris is about 2 foot. Some of them get a little smaller at like 22 inches, some of them a little taller maybe. But it seems like the majority of my Dutch irises are about 2 foot. I'm just gonna reach down and grab one. And I'm gonna drop it right over here behind this red skin dahlia and this dark opal basil. Anywho, start dropping these in the ground. Now, this space here is new this year, and it's been a mix of success and failure. I'm not sure if that mum is in shot, but there was an anthill growing up through there, and these red skin dahlias have been through the wars. These verbenas have survived pretty well. So I'm just gonna clear back some of this mulch. So they say to plant them 5 inches deep, and I've stated in other videos that the general rule of thumb is twice the depth of the bulb. So if your bulb is 2 inches, you're gonna plant it 4. If your bulb is 3 inches, you're gonna plant it 6. The bag here says 5 inches deep. I will put the tag in once I get done messing around with all the mulch. I'm not gonna plant them 5 inches deep. My ground here does not freeze, but I'll plant them at least 3 inches deep because, as I mentioned a second ago, they do get quite tall. And the deeper you plant a bulb, the better support it's going to have. At least that's been kind of my experience. I'm dropping the last of the bulbs here. And the tag, I'm just going to put in the ground just to remind me what I had planted here. So if they don't come up, I'll have known this is where I planted my Excelsior Dutch iris that failed to grow. But hopefully they do come up in the spring and put on a nice show. All right, so the next batch we're going to do right in here, because it's probably not all that visible. But as a bit of an experiment, and also because I've done this before, I planted right here, it's probably very hard to see, carrot. Yes, the kind that you eat. I just dropped some seeds in here. So hopefully next year they come up and they do their whole beautiful white flower head thing, and they look absolutely wonderful. But in between these two mums, I think is a good place to put some of these Dutch iris. Now, this variety is called Blue Diamond. And I will drop the tag over there. And there are supposed to be 12 in here. I'm gonna drop the whole bulb right along here, why not? And you know what? We're gonna go all the way up to the pot, and we're just gonna push all that dirt and mulch back. So again, hopefully next spring, we'll have a bunch of Blue Diamond coming up all around these mums. Off to the next one. I think right in here, behind the Denver Daisy Rudbeckia, in this space here, next to my Rosemint agastache, I'm going to plant the red ember. Some of you may know where we are in the flower garden, and recently I just planted a whole bunch of peonies over here. One of you left a couple of great comments, and I can't remember who your name is, but you know who you are if you're still watching. And this space does get part shade, but during the summertime it gets very little part shade. It gets mostly sun, like 90% sun, 10% shade. So I think the peonies will be over here. And I think, or I hope, that shade that is provided at various times of day will be beneficial to the peonies so they don't completely roast in under our hot blazing sun. Enough of that. We're planting Dutch iris today, not talking about peonies. So we're just gonna clear back. Where I'm sitting right now, or kneeling, eventually will be a hedge. And hopefully, I hope, upon hope, it will be a Yupon hedge. And Yupon is native to the southeastern United States. The nice thing about the native Yupon is that it grows to like, I don't know, 7-10 feet, something like that. So I don't have to purchase as many. I can space them basically every 7 feet apart, or every 8 feet apart roughly. So I don't need that many plants next spring. And hopefully in another 5 to 10 years, there'll be this wonderful hedge where I'm sitting. Maybe, possibly. Some of these bulbs do feel soft, which is not a good sign. I'm actually gonna throw a little compost on here just for giggles, and then pull back all that soil, all that compost and mulch that I had down here originally. Even if a few come up, I can collect the seeds for propagation. And I think that these bulbs will, like many bulbs, self-propagate. So let's say 3 comes up next year, then hopefully, maybe, possibly, the following year, 6, 12, 18, 24, hut, hut, hike. You guys get the point. Let's go plant the last batch, which is a mixed bag. Okay, so hopefully my head is not being chopped off at the moment. And right here in front of me, I have an orange zinnia, which was nibbled on by the deer early in the season. It did not look well, but now in the autumn, it's flowering and the deer have skipped over it. All in here, I think I can plant up a bunch of these Dutch irises, and we'll easily be able to see them from the house. They will be a mixed bag color. I'm just gonna start making holes and dropping in a bunch of these Dutch iris. Now I've got 30 of these, so I'm just gonna drop a few into each hole. Cover that up. And this was good, so I'm just gonna cover that up, and I'll get a few in that hole. All right, so I think in this space here, we're gonna finish off the rest. We're just a little further down where I started planting. And right here in front of me, I have peony. I don't know which variety, but over here, again, hopefully it comes up in the spring, is the foxtail lily. In the meantime, I'm going to plant up the rest of these Dutch iris. All right, now to cover all this back up. So I just had a few neighbors stop by and I gained another new subscriber out of that. So thank you to that new subscriber. So now I've got 4 new varieties of Dutch iris planted in the garden. Varieties I've never planted before. I don't think so. Hopefully I don't have any duplicates. Doesn't really matter because they're beautiful flowers. And we're on day 24, 25 of the 30-day Blitz challenge, where I try to do something in the garden every single day, bring you guys along for that ride. There's still, I don't know, I have alliums and daffodils still to plant out. If you guys want to see me planting out alliums or daffodils, leave a comment below. Otherwise, I'll just do it off camera. But there are a bunch of other projects and jobs that I needed to do here around the garden. And the shade cloth will probably be coming off maybe Thursday or Friday this week. Again, I'll bring you guys along when I take off the shade cloth, finish cleaning the glass for the greenhouse, and I start moving stuff actually into the greenhouse because there are cooler temperatures ahead. I might as well start moving stuff into the greenhouse so I don't have to do it all at the last minute. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post up a new video. This way you can follow along with my antics. With all that being said, I'm going to catch you guys on the next one. Today, we are going to harvest my sweet potato, and I wasn't planning on harvesting my sweet potato, but I had some neighbors come over the other day and they were looking very closely at my sweet potato and noticed something that I haven't noticed because I haven't been looking closely at my sweet potato. And that is the fact that some of my sweet potatoes are pushing up out of the ground. So what I plan on doing today is harvesting my sweet potatoes. Now it is getting late in the day. We're gonna try to make quick work of this. I could put this off until tomorrow, except it's supposed to be raining all day tomorrow, which I think is going to be Thursday. I think tomorrow's Thursday. Today's Wednesday, I think. Pretty sure it's Wednesday. Either way, if you guys have grown sweet potatoes before, leave those comments below. Oh my. Now this is the second year I'm growing sweet potatoes, and wow, this is a bit of a mess here. And last year when I harvested my sweet potatoes, they were all thin and stringy. They were not looking good. So my hope upon hope, and we'll find out here in a few minutes, is that this year, the sweet potatoes are, well, they look like regular sweet potatoes. And they're nice and big and lovely. We'll find out. Just a minute here. Well, there's one sweet potato. This is what I was getting last year. All right, since I've got part of the bed pulled, let's see what I can dig up here. That's a pretty good one. So we've got a couple here. Here's one. Oh, that's pretty nice. Oh my. All right, so we got a couple of good ones here. Couple more. So far we're looking good. Oh, there's a nice one. Yeah, see, that's no good. That'll work. That's a beauty. There we go, a couple nice ones. Oh my. Three good ones. This is turning out to be a much better harvest than last year. Ha Oh my. Well, that's a winner. Look at the size of that. Get that. All right then. I think we got all the sweet potatoes out. Let's go put them in the greenhouse and see what we got. My sweet potatoes are laid out. Now, the variety I planted this year is Covington, which I think I did plant last year. The sizes that I got this year are beautiful, much larger. Again, last year I got long, thin, stringy pieces, and whereas I did get some thin ones, the majority of these have some heft and some bulk to them. There are some smaller ones, but I'm pretty happy about the result that I got this year. So now from what I understand is you have to leave the sweet potatoes, like regular potatoes, out in a cool, darkish place, and tomorrow I think the temperature is supposed to start dropping. Over the next few days it's going to continue to drop, but tomorrow and the day after will be cloudy. So I will leave the sweet potatoes here in the greenhouse to start drying, let the skins thicken up because some of them were scratched and that kind of thing. Then I might move them into the garage where it's even cooler and let them sit there for another couple of weeks maybe. I'd have to review my notes on how to process sweet potatoes, but I think that's the general gist of it. We'll probably be eating sweet potatoes for Thanksgiving or just whenever. It was a good harvest. I'm pretty happy with myself. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Click that bell icon to be notified of when I do post a new video. If you have any questions or comments, please leave them. That sun is setting pretty quick. Leave them below. Did you grow sweet potatoes this year? How was your harvest of sweet potatoes? Knowing that I can now successfully grow sweet potatoes, I may wind up growing yet more sweet potatoes next year. So we'll have to see. So you'll have to stay tuned. I forget what day we're up to in the Fall Blitz, but there's still yet more to come. So with all that being said, I'm going to catch you on the next one. I'm laughing because this is like the third time I've done this. I'm a terrible YouTuber. And I'm not even sure what I'm going to title this video. And whatever I title it, you may have already guessed what we're doing today. So maybe let's just cut right to it so I can show you how I'm going to try to use some of my newfound skills to fix some of my old mistakes. Okay, so here we are up by the front gate of the vegetable garden, and you can see I have all these concrete pieces here around me. These are the pieces that I made from the black molds that I showed you when I was showing you how you can make your own concrete edging. And I'm gonna put them here. The reason being is that this is my fault. Let me pull some of these pieces away here. As you can see, I've got all this grass and stuff that's grown up around the base of this chocolate vine. Couldn't even see the sign anymore because of all the grasses and stuff. And that wasn't my original intention. Originally, what I had here was just mulch, covering this up once I planted this chocolate vine to grow up the trellis here. And as you can see, the chocolate vine is thriving and lovely. Unfortunately, it's a bit out of control right now. I will be giving that a haircut at some point this fall/winter. Definitely before the spring. I had a bird's nest up in there and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't figure out why the bird was squawking me all spring long when I came through the space. And then one day I saw the bird's nest up there. Either way, I'm getting off topic here. So what I'm going to do, and I've already been playing around with this a bit, as you can see the stones are out here. I'm going to try to clean this space up. We're going to try to get some of these stones stuck in the ground. And here's one of the mistakes I already see that I'm making, kind of. But I'll show you what I'm going to do to fix it. Is, first of all, these stones just won't be placed here. I'm going to stick them a little into the ground, maybe about yay so far. But what I thought I could do was take the pieces and sort of do that. But as you can see, it doesn't quite look right. That's not really going to work. While playing with the stones, and I'm actually going to put some stones outside the gate and show you that as well. I have these pillar pieces. Now these are meant for the rope top molding that I have, but they don't have to be used exclusively with that. And I took them, let me pull this away here so I can get the flatter ground. And I did something like this. Imagine this red or the terracotta color. Already you could see how much better it looks, and it does seem to give a finished look to the pieces. Now I don't have any corner pillars in the terracotta, so I'm gonna have to make some. But that's not the end of the world. But since I've already started with this whole thing, what I am gonna start doing is start cleaning this up, and I'm gonna start putting these into the ground. I will also be digging a hole for a pillar so that once I have the pillars made, which I'll try to make maybe this weekend, I can then stick it into the ground. And again, give that sort of finished look to the space. I also have 2 more of these that I just made yesterday. And they need about a week to cure before you put them in the ground. At least that's what the instructions and the experts say. Or people who have a lot more experience than I do. So let me get some gloves, shovels, and see what I can do about beginning to clean this up and make it look just a little bit more presentable. Okay, so it didn't quite turn out the way I kind of planned or thought in my head, but it's very close. What I need to do is make up at least 3 of these pillars in the terracotta color. This way it all sort of matches and blends. But I think once I do that, this will look really, really, really nice. Some of you may already think it looks nice. To me, it's a job incomplete, and that kind of bothers me. I took some homemade compost, put it around the base of this chocolate vine, use it as filler around the base of the stones, and as you can see how far it's sitting. And I could have sunk this lower, much lower, but I didn't because this was sitting so high. If you guys like the way this looks, let me know in the comments below. I still have 2 more pieces of this to put in, so what I'm going to do, and they're still, as I mentioned in the beginning of the video, they're still drying. I'm going to put them on the inside over here, maybe just 1, maybe 2, I'm not sure yet, but I think that'll help tie in the whole look, and hopefully it'll just make things a little easier also to maintain, because now I can just edge around the stones as opposed to not edging or doing anything around the base of the plant for fear of harming the plant with the weed whacker and the grass getting out of control. And let me show you what I did out front. Hopefully you can see here, I have one of the leaf mold pieces. So it's got the leaf motif on it. I've got a pillar to start the line off with, and then the leaf, and then another pillar. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run these all the way across the front of the beds. There's another one on the other side. Now this one, I had to set a little further back, and I may go back and adjust the other one just so they're similar, but this one I set back so I can open the gate and it just touches the edging right about there, and Sophie comes out. And here's another one of those pieces. Now prior to that, you could see how I just had the ground mounded here, and longtime viewers remember, once upon a time, I think my 1st and 2nd year down here, I had dahlias growing up in these beds. This year I'm changing it. It's going to be, I'm going to leave a section open by the gate on each side, and that will be for daffodils, and the rest of it's going to be box hedging. So somewhere in this mess are some daffodil bulbs. And I'm looking at this now, and I think I am going to tweak this a bit, but maybe not today, definitely not on camera. This will start to really define the space, define the edge. I think it's going to make it easier to keep the grass out of the borders. And if anything, it just looks that much nicer, I think. So it was quite a bit of digging and pushing into the ground and trying to set the dirt in. Now, none of these are set in cement or anything like that, nor do I have any intention to. I'm basically just sticking them into the ground, trying to compact the ground around them. Eventually, grasses and plant roots and whatnot will help stabilize the pieces as well. The reason I'm not cementing any of this in is because at some point in the future, somebody wants to redo what I've done, or I don't like the leaf pieces anymore. I want to do fish. I'm sorry, I got gnats flying around my head here. And I want to do fish or some other motif piece. I can pull these out, set them to one side, and reuse them somewhere else in the garden, and or the next gardener after me, hopefully there'll be another gardener after me, can do the same thing. They can simply pull them out of the ground and redo them, and yet keeping them so they can reuse them elsewhere in the garden someplace, hopefully, maybe. And as you can see, I still have a lot, not only of the edging to do, but also weeding and to clean up these beds, which I've let go over this year. And it wasn't my intention to let them go, but there's only so much of me and so much garden. So, but as the weather cools, today was not a cool day. It was a little humid there, a little hot, but thankfully cloudy. So as the weather cools, I will continue to make more of these pieces of edging, and hopefully by the springtime, I have at least this whole front section of the veg garden done. If you guys have any questions, comments, thoughts, etc., please leave them below. If you've done something similar to this, let me know in those comments. If you'd like to do something, let me know in those comments. I'd love to hear from you guys. Sophie, come on, let's go. Come on. As always, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video. And I think that's about doing it for today. I'm going to catch you on the next one. Today, I'm going to attempt, or continue to attempt, to train and prune up my climbing rose, which is, it's coming along. It's probably about as tall as I am, if not a little taller. We'll see it when we get over there in a second, but I'm not proficient at pruning a climbing rose. I'm getting better with the shrub roses, but the climbing rose, not so much. So if you guys see me doing things wrong, well, feel free to comment below. And if you have any good sources on trimming or pruning climbing roses, or if you guys have your own climbing roses and you trim and prune, please leave those comments below. Let me know what it is I'm doing wrong or how I should be doing certain things. In the meantime, I'm gonna grab a few more supplies and let's go over to the climbing rose. So this here is my Generous Gardener climbing rose. Now, for those of you who've been following the channel for a while, I built this crazy rebar tower structure here in the front corner of my rose garden because I thought that was the best place for a climbing rose. I wanted a climbing rose, but I had nothing else to grow it on per se. So I built this rebar tower, and as you can see, the rose is getting up there, but it needs some deadheading, and I think some of the branches are doing some crisscrossing. And I see a couple of broken branches, and the deer have been here and they have nibbled on this poor little guy here. So what I'm going to attempt to do today is try to clean this up and do some tying off. And I think it's in shot, but there's a branch which is really long and it's going all the way over that way, and I want to bring it back up. The end goal to this is to have the climbing rose go to the top of this, which is about, oh, I don't know, I want to say 8 feet, 9 feet up. And the Generous Gardener is supposed to go to about 15 feet tall, roughly. So what I'm thinking is once it gets to that top of the 8, 9 feet, it'll cascade over. So it'll sort of be hanging down. And I think that'll look nice. Maybe, possibly, not sure. The nice thing about roses, I think, in my opinion, as I've been gardening, learning as I've been gardening, is they're kind of like a weed, at least for me. I don't know about you guys, but they're not some tender, gentle, treat me with kid gloves kind of thing. They're pretty durable. I could literally cut this right down to 6 inches of the ground today, and it would regrow to this height probably by this time next year. There are a bunch of other roses that I have here in the rose garden, which we're going to do another video on later, sometime this year, probably in the next few weeks, where I am going to do heavy winter pruning on them. And that's because a lot of the branches are crisscrossing, and there's a whole bunch of other reasons. We'll get into it when we do those roses. But today I wanted to sort of just give This poor rose, some TLC. Training this guy up with a few different methods. So one of them, which I think you guys will be able to see here, is I've been using a wire. So now this is a garden wire. I've been using that, and I've also been using twine, and I use the twine basically for as I'm trying to get the canes, I think that's what they're called, canes, the straight up and down pieces there. Again, if I'm wrong on any of this, or you're cringing as you're watching this, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm kind of winging it because I haven't been able to find a good climbing rose video where they deal with sort of this kind of situation. And I've seen climbing rose videos where they have walls and they train them on walls and they look absolutely beautiful, but I don't know if you've noticed, I don't have any walls here. So this is what I've got, and this is what we're going to try to work with. But as I said, I've been trying to use the twine to help direct the cane to a certain particular point, and then try to use the wire as that sort of more of a structural support so the cane can lean against it. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense. Let's start with the deadheading first. Now, this rose did do quite a bit of blooming recently, and that is because I had fertilized it back in September. I don't know if I like this branch. We'll get to structural in a bit. Let's just get the deadheading first. And as I'm deadheading, what I'm doing is just taking it sort of back to the next set of leaves. I read someplace, and again, correct me if I'm wrong or throw in your own 2 cents, that you should deadhead to a group of 5 leaves. But maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I've found where it really makes a difference whether you go back to a single group, like the first set of leaves, which may only have 2 or 3 leaves on a stem, or if you go back to a grouping of 5. In some instances, as I'm pruning this, there may not be any leaves at all, but I can see some buds on the stem, so I'll trim back to the next bud. So that's good, that's good. A few more up here. I'm actually going to trim this all the way back to the stem. Okay, now I think I got all the stems deadheaded, and I'm not sure if it's in frame here, but we've got this lovely, like I said, branch with it's got a cluster of flowers that are ready to start opening. And as with most roses, the generous gardener does smell lovely. What I'm now going to attempt to do, and I don't know again how well this is going to show up on video, is just start to go through this and see if I can get it to shape or get it to... It's difficult for me to explain because I don't know what I'm talking about, but try to get it to, as opposed to flopping outside of the tower, sort of move up along the tower. So like there's this branch here. Now this branch looks a little rough, but there are good buds on it. And I think what I'm going to do is simply tie it off here. I'm probably going to get pricked at some point. This is the one thing I don't like about roses. I don't know if anybody likes this about roses, but it is a small price to pay for a wonderful flower. Gently, we're going to loop this around. Okay. Now I'm just using natural twine here, so this will, and I'm not tying it super tight, and this twine will rot away and fall away at some point. So I'm not too worried about that. There's this one right here, which looks really good. I think what I'm going to do with this one is there is an outer branch right here. I'm just going to, there we go. That goes away. And the other 3 branches are on the inside of the wire, so they can continue to creep up the wire. This branch right here is moving up nicely, but it's starting to move out that way. I think I want to pull it more this way, so I'm going to take a piece of twine, see what we can do about getting it back on track. There we go. So now that branch will continue to move upwards where I want it. And all along here, all along these stems of, I guess the canes is what you call it, the longer straighter pieces, there are lots of buds. So hopefully next year those buds all come out to be nice, beautiful stems with beautiful roses on them, and hopefully I can keep the deer off of them. So this is lovely new growth here. I think I just want to train it more inwards. So instead of coming out, it'll now go up, hopefully. There's a channel called Fraser Valley Farm. I'll leave a link below here if I remember. But his whole shtick is roses. I really need to go and pay more attention to some of his videos. I don't know if he's done a climbing rose video. I know he does a lot of shrub roses, but either way, I should go back, peruse his catalog of videos, and see if he's got one, because he tends to explain things pretty nicely and clearly, at least in my opinion. His name is also Jason. And here's a branch sticking out completely, and I don't know, I don't like it where it is, so I'm gonna take it right back to a bud, or what I think is a bud. I'm not trying to do, at least intentionally, is make it hug the rebar. If it stands off a few inches, that's fine. I don't need it to, you know, it's just that generalized structure. So there's a branch right here, and I kind of like where it is, but I want it to pull it a little more inwards. So I'm just gonna take a big old piece of string here. Perfect, that's what I want. All right, there we go, that's good. And I like that right there. This is my first and only climbing rose, but I'm thinking that over time, the branches will stiffen up on their own, because this is relatively fresh and new growth. And then once they do, they'll kind of hold the shape. Does that make any sense? Am I making sense here? This branch is gonna go. And I've watched a bunch of videos where people will prune these against the wall, and it seems so much easier because you're dealing with almost a two-dimensional space versus a three-dimensional space, if that makes any sense. Hopefully you guys can see this branch sort of, again, coming out. And I gotta decide, do I wanna pull it up? Do I wanna remove it? Because I have other canes coming up. Decisions. Okay, so there's a big branch gone. And down here at the base, I have a pink mink clematis. It's a proven winner's variety, and it's already starting to climb up, and it's difficult to show, but it's about roughly 2 feet tall now. I did plant it late in the season, and we've had a crazy year, but I'm hoping upon hope that next year we get some more rain and things are a little nicer, and that this pink mink clematis just goes crazy right up through the rose itself, uses the rose as support, climbs up through it, and when the rose isn't blooming, hopefully, maybe, possibly, the pink mink will be flowering. Or they flower at the same time, I don't know. But either way, I think it'll be a nice show. In the meantime, I think that's got to be tied over here, and this has got to be tied over here. So let me do that now. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. I still have that big branch to deal with, so let's see if we can do something about that now. Hopefully, you guys can see all this. And what I have here is a huge branch. Now, real interesting, like, it obviously has thorns, but very few towards the top new growth, which is very, very interesting. And I think what I'm going to try to do is get this branch to sort of move up this way. I just got to be careful. We're going to loop that around like so. I didn't pull it right up tight against the rebar because it is coming off of a joint down here, but it is still very fresh and new. So it's going up, over, it's cruising along. So I think that's all the pruning I'm going to do to this climbing rose today. I did trim a bunch of stems from the bottom, and it's very difficult to show you that, so I won't. Hard to get a camera angle in there, I tried. But I trimmed some branches from the center, so hopefully it gives it room to breathe. From my understanding, here in growing zone 8B, Eastern North Carolina, or really anywhere in the South, a rose bush being able to breathe is huge, so it doesn't contract a lot of fungal diseases. I think this is going to be it for today. This is all I'm doing today, is just trying to get this climbing rose sort of under control, back into the constraints roughly of this tower that I've built. I did not use any of the garden wire today because it just didn't necessitate it, but I probably will as this gets higher. I'll probably, you know, run a few more strands as it climbs up to the top, and we'll see what happens. I think it looks okay. There's a lot of new growth on it, so cross our fingers and toes. Next year is going to be a much, much better year for this climbing rose, and it has a spectacular show of flowers for me to show you guys. So that's going to be about it for today. If you guys have any questions, comments, etc., you know where to leave them. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Click on the bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video, because hopefully it'll be much more interesting than this video today. That's going to wrap it up for today. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Today, we're going to finish cleaning the greenhouse because I want to start prepping it for the fall, or we are in the fall, for the winter. And we are probably going to start experiencing cooler temperatures probably in the next couple of weeks here. Let me check real quick. Yeah, all next week is looking to be, wow, that's actually quite cool. Mid 60s. Nighttime temperature is still going to hover around 45 to 50 degrees, which isn't bad, but those daytime temperatures only get up to the mid 60s. There's a clear indication that
winter is coming.
So here, where I am in eastern North Carolina, I think we kind of go from summer, and then we're kind of in fall here. It's really not fall because it's still a little warm, although it's gonna, like I said, next week gonna be getting cooler, and then we just sort of jump right into winter. Kind of feels that way. So we've got like 2 weeks of fall and 2 weeks of spring, and then everything else is either winter or summer. Just the way it feels. Anywho, so we're going to try to clean that up. If you remember, if you watched the previous video, I know, very gripping stuff, but if you watched the previous video, I'd gotten probably about, I want to say 70% of the greenhouse done. Today what I want to get done is get the shade cloth off, and I want to get the other bench cleared off, so far as the pots, and maybe even give this greenhouse a good sweep out. And then I'll be setting up on the bench the box that I used for my winter sowing, which I probably won't start today. That'll be a project for another day, and I'll bring you guys along for that as well. I'll show you what I'll be sewing inside my box, but I want to get that sort of in place. The other thing that's going to be happening very soon, if the temperatures continue to do what they're doing, is I'll be digging up and storing all of my dahlias. Now, I'm not 100% confident that I'll be storing them in the greenhouse. I may store them in the garage. See, if I store them in the greenhouse, oh, I know, I'm babbling. Stay with me here. If I store them in the greenhouse, I can keep them on the shadier side in boxes on the floor where they'll be cooler. Plus, I can keep a closer eye on them because I will be in the greenhouse often during the winter time. We're not going to get into that now. What I'm going to start doing is taking off the shade cloth. But before I do that, it's almost 80 inside the greenhouse. Let's see what the temperature does after I take off the shade cloth. What a difference removing the post and the shade cloth can make to a space. It feels a whole lot more open, which is kind of nice. But one of the other things that I'm sort of missing is that potting shed. Actually, if I go back to my old drawings, the plan was actually to build the potting shed this way. So it'd be coming 12 feet off, and you would just have a narrow margin or narrow gap, really narrow. The 12 feet would bring you to about here. So there'd just be enough of a walkway between the two spaces. But instead, what I hope to do in the future is to build that potting shed lengthwise along the fence, 12 feet long, 8 feet deep. So it'd come out to about here. So you'd have here to the greenhouse to walk. And eventually, some of these tables may move around and change, and that's for the future. Let's take a look inside the greenhouse now and see what a difference removing that shade cloth has made, not only to the light, but to the temperature. Okay, so as you can see now, the greenhouse is a lot brighter. Obviously, I took the shade cloth off. That was to be expected. The sweet potato that I have curing over here will only be here for the next few days. It's supposed to be cloudier over the next few days. In fact, tomorrow we're supposed to get rain, so I'm not really worried about covering all of these. But in the meantime, there's all this mess to clean up, so let's get to it. Oh, and the temperature. It's about 100 in here now. And I have both roof vents open, and I have the fan going behind me here, but it's about 100. It doesn't really feel like 100. Nonetheless, let's get to work. lot cleaner. This space will get really dirty really quick as I move stuff in and out and put potting soil into the box and spill potting soil off the potting bench, which is another reason why I'd like to eventually hope to get a potting shed so that I can then make a mess in there, not so much in here. Either way, it's looking a lot better. The pots are much more organized now. So now I can go and grab from there. And probably over the next week or so, I'll be moving more and more plants in here. Before I start moving more plants in here and before I start making a mess in here, I just do want to do one more thing on the inside, and that is clean the windows. First year or so, I think I was just using your Windex and paper towels. But I found last year the easier and faster method was to use a squeegee. So I got myself this little squeegee off of Amazon. I think it was on Black Friday sale. It came with some extra blades, which was really nice. And I just spray the windows down and then 1, 2, 3. I'm not looking to get them perfectly clean because I will be splashing water against them, and if I use water from the tap, we have hard water here, so it's going to stain the windows pretty much right away. But if I can get them cleaner than they currently are, that's going to help with the plants on the inside. And the outside, I'll do the same thing. Again, I'll give them a spray and wipe them down. Although I can't seem to find my Windex at the moment. Okay, so I got the floors swept, I got all the pots put away, and I started cleaning the glass. Now I'm not going to continue cleaning the glass today because I'm filming this the day it's going to get released, and the clock is ticking because I still have to edit this, and you guys get the point. But over the next few weeks, I will continue to wipe down all the surfaces, getting rid of a lot of the frog poo, the lizard poo, and any other dust and dirt that's accumulated on, especially a lot of these support beams that you see here. These support pieces, they all need to be wiped down, which I will do. I actually found another bottle of Windex Light Cleaner. This is Glass Plus. It doesn't matter to me. I just use general purpose whatever, and it gets the glass good enough. So I'm not looking for perfection. This is a working greenhouse. It's always going to be at some level of mess. I'm just trying to bring the mess down for the winter. The one thing I do want to show you though today is me setting up my winter box. So I'm going to show you the box that I'm going to use, what I built it from, how I'm going to set it up, and then we'll fill it with some potting soil. What I tried to do a few years ago, and this experiment was successful, was I took a bag of potting soil and I just laid it out here, and I cut the top off, and then I sewed into that. I'd seen another YouTuber do it, and it was a pretty neat idea. There was a couple of problems with it. One is the bag has an oval shape to it, and you can never get the soil quite level. And though that really doesn't matter to the plants, it does matter when you're watering and water starts to run down basically the curvature of the bag and then onto the ground, and you're not really getting the water onto the plants, and it's a whole thing. So I thought, why not build myself a large planter box that I could then sew into? This box is made out of heat-treated pallet wood. If you were going to do such a thing, I recommend you use heat treated because it has no chemicals in it. This is probably about 7 inches deep. It's pretty simple. When I built the bottom, tilt this up here and hopefully you can see, I left gaps between the boards, and that was for water drainage. This way the plants aren't going to be sitting in water if I overwater, and I'm careful about my watering, but you always got it, you never know. The downside to leaving the gaps in the boards there is the fact that your potting soil will fall right through. So what I do is I just take some newspaper. I only really use one layer of paper, which I find is enough to A, hold in the compost, and B, allow for drainage. So now let's fill it with some potting soil. Once again, I'm using my favorite potting soil here, Daddy Pete's, and as I've mentioned before, it's got all sorts of good nutrients in here already built into the soil, so I won't need to fertilize anything. Before I add any more potting soil in here, I'm just going to run my hands through this and try to remove big chunks. Not remove them, but break them up. You guys know what I'm talking about. Well, there we go. About 1 inch from the top. I think that's fine. Most of your plant roots don't go down that deep. And what I'll be planting in here is probably some radish, lettuce, maybe something else. I'm not 100% sure at this point. But at least this allows me to grow stuff here in the greenhouse during the wintertime, which was One of the reasons why I wanted the greenhouse, so I can garden year round. So this box is ready to go. I'm not 100% sure what I'm planting in this. At some point in time in the next week or so, I will make my decision and I will start sowing, and I'll either bring you guys along for that or I'll let you know. I'm not sure yet, but either way, this is something we got to look forward to for the winter. That's about it for today. There are a few things. For instance, you may have noticed I pulled those wood boxes out from underneath the bench. They'll be going back underneath the bench because I won't be using them until the springtime. But also underneath that bench is where I might want to putting some of the dahlias or all of the dahlias. I've yet to decide that. The greenhouse is a whole lot cleaner, which is a huge plus. And this side is the sunny side. So over the next couple of weeks, I will start moving plants into here. I'll have to keep an eye on the weather. Many of my young tender seedlings here, they will come inside. And of course, my potatoes, which I've mentioned in a previous video that I'm growing in bags, they'll be coming inside as well so that I can then probably get a Christmas harvest out of them. Maybe. Possibly. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video. This way you can follow along, and because I will definitely let you guys know how things turned out with my potatoes. They're just not ready to harvest yet, and if I go to harvest them now or right before the first frost, which could happen in the next couple of weeks, my concern is those potatoes will not be large enough. They won't be quite ready. They'll be edible, they'll be fine, they just may be really small. So the longer I can let them sit in the bags to grow and the longer the top growth stays alive, the better chances of me getting a nice big potato. It's my theory. This is what I'm going with. If you haven't checked out the links below, please check out the links below. And if you haven't visited growingyourgreenfinger.com, please head over to growingyourgreenfinger.com and check out all the things I got going on over there. I think that's going to wrap it up for today. I'm going to catch you on the next one. If you watched yesterday's video, I finished cleaning the greenhouse and I prepped my planter box for my winter sowing here in the greenhouse. If you're new to the channel, my name is Jason. I'm in growing zone 8B, Eastern North Carolina. I do get freezes and frosts during the winter time, but the ground never freezes. Although that being said, I cannot grow many of things here during the winter time because they'd just be too tender, such as lettuce or radishes outside, because the frosts and the freezes will wind up killing and damaging them. But here in the greenhouse, I can grow them. The greenhouse will get cold. This is an unheated, uninsulated greenhouse, but it never seems to get that cold. I've grown in the greenhouse here for a few years with no problems so far as the cold affecting the plants. It may slow their growth down. The nights are particularly cold, but during the daytime, the greenhouse does heat up to a reasonable temperature. Depending upon the day and the temperature outside, we could get as high as 70 in the greenhouse. So I'm going to sow a bunch of stuff in this planter box. I'm also going to sow in a few other containers, which I'm going to show you here in a second. But first, let me show you what I'm going to sow here in the planter box. And currently, you can see it's almost 85 degrees here in the greenhouse, and that's under a partially sunny sky, and it's about 75 outside. All right, so the first thing we're going to do, just want to make sure this is all nice and level, we look good, is I'm going to plant some spinach. I've grown spinach outside before in the garden, and I may plant some spinach still outside. But I think I'm going to do a little bit of a row in here. And this seed here is, let's see, what year is this? This seed is from package for 2023. So about a year old. So it should still be okay. And I'm going to space these about 3 inches apart. There we go. I think that'll work. Bit of an experiment. We'll see what happens. The next thing I'm going to plant up is a thank you package here from Botanical Interests, and they sent me a package of lettuce musculum lettuce. I've never grown this before. Gonna give this a whirl. Wow, maturity is 20 to 45 days. That is a long time. Half inch apart or so. All right. We're gonna give them a little bit of room there from the spinach. Let's do a couple of rows. Now the seed here is like grass seed, so I am over sowing. That's okay because I can always come back and thin. Cover these up. And the next one I'm going to plant up is salad bowl mix. Now this is from MI Gardener. Never grown this version before. It says artisan blend of greens that will rival any salad mix from the store. Okay, so we're going to do a few rows of this. Again, over sowing because the seed is so fine, but I can always come back and thin. You know what, we're going to do one more row. Finish out the box. And there we go. And of course, water. Pretty good soak here. For the next one, I've got this windowsill box. I don't know what you want to call this, but it is about 1 foot to 6 inches deep. And I'm going to sow into this some German giant radish. Now, I could still theoretically plant radish outdoors, but what I'm very nervous about is that they'll get to day, let's say 20, and they're still not quite done yet, and we get a freeze. We may not get a freeze for another month, but I don't know if I want to take that chance. So I'm going to sow these here in the greenhouse. The nice thing here is that I can get multiple crops during the winter time, because they will grow in the cold, but their leaves won't tolerate a frost or a freeze. As I discovered last year when we had a frost and I lost a bunch of radish. Not a lot, but it was a few. I got 10 radishes in here, which is nice. It's not a lot, but they'll be ready in about 25 days or so, and then I can harvest and then I can plant more radish. Next up, in this small pot here, I'm going to plant something that I've never grown in the greenhouse before. I have grown it outdoors, and actually I have some outdoors right now, which is chives. So I'm going to plant up some chives here now. Theoretically, the chives should be okay, much like garlic, because their stems are much like garlic or even onion out in the cold during the wintertime. But can I grow them here in the greenhouse, and will I get maybe a better crop? I don't know. I've never done this before, but I have this whole packet of seed. So I thought, why not take some and pop some into a pot and see what happens? And just make a little ring around the edge, a little dot in the center, and I'm just going to sprinkle my seeds and then cover back up. Just going to add a little more potting soil. There we go. And of course, add water to both these. There you go. And last but not least, in this little pot here, I'm going to plant up some parsley. Now I planted parsley, or I grew parsley last year in a little hydroponics, countertop box that I had gotten from a vendor who was selling on Amazon. I also grew basil in that hydroponic setup. In my opinion, neither the basil nor the parsley tasted as good as if they were grown in soil. It's just my opinion. You may have grown hydroponics before, done hydroponics before. They tasted fine. To be honest, they were fine. There was nothing, but there was just something missing from the flavor. And it was very subtle. It was very minor. It was just such a little thing. But I was just like, it doesn't taste quite the same. We are going to dabble some seed right in the middle here. Not a lot, just a few. And we'll do that. There we go. And this was flat leaf parsley in case I didn't mention it. Water. And that one we'll put a little closer to the window. That's my winter sowing. Now, if you guys have any suggestions or things you'd like to see me try or to grow here in the greenhouse over the winter, if you think basil might grow here in the greenhouse over the course of the winter, let me know. I will try basil. I don't think basil will work well here because from my limited understanding, basil requires more heat than what you would get here in the greenhouse. But if you think basil will do well, because maybe you've tried this or you just want me to try an experiment, that's fine. Let me know below in the comments and I'll try something like basil. If you have any other suggestions, let me know below in the comments. Started my winter sowing again. If you guys have any suggestions, please leave them below. Sophie's wandering around here someplace. She was so bored earlier this morning being stuck in the house with the rain. Did I mention it rained this morning? It rained this morning. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video. This way you can follow along with my antics, follow along with what's going on in the greenhouse. Hopefully most, if not all of that, grows to fruition, but you can follow along and I will give you regular updates throughout this winter. If you haven't checked out the links below, please check out the links below. And with all that being said, I'm going to catch you on the next one. Today, we're going to be doing something different. In fact, that's what I think I'm going to title this, something different. If you've been watching my channel for a while, you guys know that I have a weed problem. And that is called the ubiquitous pine tree. Here I have one of the many, 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 many little seedlings that have fallen to the ground and taken root throughout my garden. This one is potted up for a particular reason. I'm going to try my hand at bonsai. I'm going to grow this little guy into a bonsai tree. Did you know you can make practically any tree and or shrub into a bonsai? Yeah. I was actually watching a video about this earlier today, and the term bonsai means tree and pot. I think that's what it is. I think it's a two-part word. It's pot and tree, or tree and pot, something along those lines. I'm not an expert. No, and I didn't say a Holiday Inn Express last night. But the theory is that I can plant up this little pine tree, and pine trees grow very fast, into a bonsai. But to do that, I need a pot. And one of the things that I also learned this morning while watching a very good video on this is the pot needs to be as decorative as the tree, kind of. That's not quite right. So the theory is that if you use a regular terracotta pot, yes, you can make a bonsai tree in a regular terracotta pot. But regular terracotta pot is boring and dull. There's nothing exciting about it. If you put it into a shallow pot that's glazed, or if you put it into a tall pot that's painted, the pot itself should have some sort of character. I think that's the right idea. Again, I'm not an expert in these things, but I don't have a glazed pot nor a pot that I would call very decorative, so I need something. This is where my newfound concrete skills come in, because I'm going to make a hypertufa pot. If you've never heard of hypertufa, I'll explain more in just a second. Let's go over to the garage. Maybe some of you made your own hypertufa, maybe some of you are familiar with the idea, and maybe some of you aren't. But essentially you're trying to take concrete and make it look like stone. And it's one of the things that I've been wanting to play with for a while. And I figured, you know what? If I show you guys more planting bulbs, you just may wind up unsubscribing in droves. Even though I do have some alliums and daffodils I still need to plant out. And I thought, why not make a container out of hypertufa for that tree that I want to make into a bonsai. In watching that video about the bonsai, and if I remember, I'll link it below, it doesn't really matter the style of container or the depth of the container. It's weird. The gentleman who the video I watched basically went on to this, for me to summarize, to say that the sizes of the containers and the shapes of the containers have changed drastically over the years, from more modern to more traditional, to square being more in vogue, to a circle being vogue. The Japanese tend to make their pots shallower than the Chinese do, and it's a whole thing. But I thought, why not make a hypertufa, like I said, pot container to plant my bonsai in, and then it'll give me an excuse to play with hypertufa. So, with all that being said, how do you make a hypertufa pot? It's actually pretty simple. There's several different styles and techniques that I've seen on the interwebs, and if you guys search, or if you've done it yourselves, you're familiar with this. But basically, you're going to take 1 part cement, not concrete, cement. So cement is the glue that makes the concrete. Remember, I talked about this when I'm making my molds. I was kind of giving you that brief overview, but cement has no sand, no aggregate in it, no lime, no other ingredients. It's just cement. So you're going to take 1 part cement, 1 part perlite, and 1 part moss, or sphagnum moss, right? And then you're going to mix all these 3 ingredients together, and then you're going to put them into your mold. Your molds can be anywhere from let's say a plastic container. You can do a pile of sand, which I will at some point. Do a pile of sand and then form the concrete mixture over that. Today, I'm going to be taking this old tub, and this is another way of doing it, whereas you take a plastic bag and then you line the tub, and I could also use a cardboard box, but you line the tub with this, and what's going to happen, there's two things that's going to happen with this. One is your finished exterior side is going to be rough. It's not going to be smooth. It's going to be whatever texture that it gets off of the plastic bag, so it might have some wrinkles and creases in it, and I want that because it gives it some sort of character. And the other thing it does is allows you to easily remove it from your container, in which case I'm using a tub. Let me show you how I'm going to make my mix and how much mix I'm going to make, because I have no idea if I'm going to have enough to fill this to the rim of what I want, but we're going to see. And you can use anything for a mixing tub, and it depends upon how much mix you want to make for whatever it is pot that you're going to create. Now I'm taking an educated guess on how much I'm going to need, but let me show you my unit of measurement. So I'm using this 4-cup measuring cup. It's a cheap little plasticky thing I've been using. So this is going to be my 1 part. So if you've looked at concrete projects and they say in the instructions like use 1 part cement, 1 part whatever, and you go, what's a part? What is it a cup? Is it a quart? Is it a scoop? What kind of scoop are you using? What size? It's very confusing. I could literally use one of those red drink cups that you get at a party that you have your beverages in, those disposable ones, and that would be my 1 part. Everything has been measured out with this container. So I have, in this case, so now this is to give me my volume, right? So I have basically 8 cups, because I did 2 of these, of perlite. And by the way, if you're doing this, you want to be in a well-ventilated area because of the perlite dust and the cement dust. And then here's my peat. So again, I measured out 2 of these, right? So it's 2 of these, 2 of these, and so that'll be my 1, and now I'm going to go get 2 of this, 2 cups or 2 of these containers of the cement. That's 1, and that's 2. So I have my 1 part cement, 1 part moss, or peat, and then 1 part of the perlite. If you're worried about using peat, you could use the coconut coir, coconut coir. I believe you get a similar result. I saw somebody on the interwebs do that. And apparently mixing this dry is the way to go. And you can see I'm wearing gloves, because the next step is going to get quite messy. Make sure all your big chunks are broken up. And even though this kind of sounds like a how-to, it really isn't, again, because I've never done this before. Now, the next step is going to be quite important. You do not want your mix to be runny at all. So we're just going to add a little bit of water at a time. And I'm going to use the gloves to mix because I think it works the best. It's from kind of what I've seen on the interwebs. I really want to be sitting on this pallet of paving stones right now, but if I do and I'm leaning over, then you're just looking at the top of my head. So for you guys, I'm suffering here by kneeling on the cement. Yep. I think I want just a wee bit more water. From quite a few of the tutorials I've seen, a mud-like consistency. So you see how thick this is? That's kind of what you want. And if you've done hypertufa before and you think I'm wrong, again, feel free to comment. This is my very first time that I'm doing this. Now, I don't know if I don't think I'm going to have enough to fill that container, but let's see what kind of a mess we can make. The other thing I'm going to do is I have these little pieces of PVC pipe. You could use pieces of styrofoam, you could use something else, but I've already oiled these with vegetable oil, so hopefully the cement doesn't stick to them. So I'm going to use these for my drain holes in the bottom. In that container, got my 2, and the theory is you just start smushing this on the inside of this thing. Okay, do that. And then, of course, you want to be pressing it down into it. You want to try to get rid of any of the, not air bubbles, but you want to make sure that all the concrete is smushed together. It's all connected. And you want to make sure the bottom is basically even, let's say at least an inch thick, maybe a little thicker, but I think at least an inch thick. You could do thicker, which would probably be safer. But this is what I'm going with right now. And I don't have that much mix, so we're not going to be able to fill this container up to the top. But I'm going to try to bring you guys in closer so you can see how I'm now going to do the sides. Hopefully you guys can see that. And what we're going to do is we're going to start smushing this up the wall. This is kind of why you want it to be a thicker mud. And you're going to have to build up the thickness of the wall here. Then the other thing I'm going to do, because of the look I want, again, I want sort of like a stone tray, is I'm just going to try to smooth the top edges here. Doesn't have to be perfect. If you've ever seen like carved rough stone, then it doesn't look perfect. I also, from that gentleman whose YouTube video I watched earlier today, he was basically calling this kind of setup a, what was the name? Primitive container. And I'm out of mix, but this is okay. We can make the container somewhat uniquely shaped, as it were, with this corner. So there's a bit of a divot here, but this is okay. This is my first experiment, first time doing it, bringing you guys along for the ride. So there's my Hypertufa container. I just hope I have everything quite thick enough. It's a little more, it's gonna be more of a tray when it's dried and done. I hope it dries well and it does its thing, but we're gonna have to wait. Now I will let this sit for about 48 hours before I pop it out, and then pop out my little, my PVC pieces there for the drain holes. And I'll probably show you guys in an upcoming video. It's not gonna, this is not gonna be pretty, but I think this is gonna be, I think this will work. I hope it's gonna work. The other thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to write down what I did today. So I'm gonna say I used this wash basin and I used so much perlite and so much cement. And this way I know in the future, and I'll make notes as to that, obviously this didn't come out to the height that I want. I want it to be the top of the wash basin. So adding the 8 cups or 2 of those measuring cups of the cement plus everything else didn't quite give me the amount that I needed. So I'm going to adjust that for the next time, because I will make another one. Maybe I will keep this one, even though it's relatively shallow, but you know what grows well in shallow containers? Succulents. Succulents grow well in shallow containers. So I don't think that's a bad idea right there. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, click that bell icon to be notified when I do post a new video, and this way you can follow along. So this is gonna be the end of my 30-day challenge, but not the end of my videos. This was just day 30 of me making a video every single day for the past 30 days. I thank all the new subscribers who have joined the channel over the past 30 days. There's been a bunch of you. Thank you very much. It means I'm just not sitting here staring at a camera talking to myself. Friday, I'm going to try to do something that I've never done before, something special. So if you haven't, again, hit that bell icon and be notified when I do post a video, because the next video will be Friday. I'm going to give myself a break over the next couple of days, because while I've been making videos over the past 30 days, I generally edit in the morning, film the next day's video in the afternoon, rinse and repeat. There's other things that need to get done around the garden and the house that I've been letting slide because I've been prioritizing this video series. So I'm going to take the next couple of days to try to catch up on many of those different jobs. And yes, Friday will be the next video. And I think that's going to be it for today then. If you guys have any questions, comments, etc., leave them below. I'm going to catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.